So just to introduce myself, I'm Laura Van Camp. I live in Rutherford County, which is the county that's in red on that map. And we are a smaller district. We've got approximately 250 English learners in our district. And I'm the lead ESL teacher here, and I serve 6 schools. So I have 3 elementary schools, 2 middle schools, and 1 high school. And I'm married, and I have an 8-year-old daughter, and I love working with the team. Chrissy, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Good morning, everybody. My name is Chrissy Jazavsky, and I am in Lee County Schools. I am also a Tier 3 certified trainer for OCD Project GLAD, and I work as an ESL lead teacher and L instructional coach for content teachers in Lee County Schools at the secondary level. I have two. I have a teenage boy and then a grown boy. And I have 2 fur babies, which hopefully you will not hear during the session today. I will apologize ahead of time if you do. Um, and just excited to be here today. As you can see on my slide, I began my career as a certified social studies teacher. And taught social studies at the high school level for about 17 years. About 5 of those were with English learners in sheltered environments. And then went into my current role as an instructional leader. So have a strong history background. Um, so excited to be here and for everybody to be here with me.
Great, thank you so much, Chrissy.
Did you sign in the office this
So
morning?
I'm hearing some background noise.
No.
If everyone can just make sure that your microphones are muted
I
as
just
we're
wanna
going
make
through the
sure that
presentation.
You should have the ability to mute them as
Okay.
well. I
Real
don't, or I would
quick,
help.
before we talk about
Okay.
something that's maybe happened this week.
Let me just look
If
at
you would
my,
like pizza
Catherine, if you
from
can hear us,
raise your hand.
Catherine,
1, 2.
Catherine, if
oh,
you can hear us, could you mute? Thank you.
I did it.
Thank you. Oh, you
Okay.
found it? Okay, good.
Yes, I found it.
Sorry, I would have done it, but I don't have the controls.
Sure. And the beautiful voice you just heard is Ivana Manthrower Anderson, our wonderful Title III consultant that leads our English language development state team. And we're happy that she's joining us today. So, for our agenda today, we're going to be introducing you to OCDE Project GLAD, and we'll explain what all of those letters mean. We'll kind of get you acclimated to what GLAD is all about. We're giving some approximate times for breaks. So we will take a break somewhere between now and lunch. We're aiming at 9:30ish. We will have our lunch around 11:30 to 12:30. And then we'll be going into the next part of our presentation at talking about focus and motivation, and then we'll give some more work time. We're building in work time into our schedule, which is something that a lot of participants enjoy. So we'll be presenting information to you, but we're going to give you time to process that information and be able to um, use your creativity to start designing part of your unit that you might want to use with your students. And then we're going to be um, closing and kind of wrapping up around 3, and we'll end our day around 3:30 today. Just a little housekeeping. We know that, and this is more for a face-to-face training to tell you where the bathrooms are. You know where the bathrooms are, and feel free to take a break as you need. Definitely try to keep your your mic muted if you can, just so everyone can hear. We appreciate that. This is our parking lot that we're going to be using today, and I'm going to click on this so you can see what it looks like. Chrissy, will you share that link in the chat for me? I want to show you what this looks like. So it looks like a big bulletin board, and this is on Jamboard, thanks to Chrissy. She does a wonderful job of setting these up. On your left, you can see that there's the pen. Um, you've got erase, you have select. This is very much like Padlet. Here's your sticky note. So if I wanted to add a sticky note, I could click there. There's a ability to add an image, a shape, a text box, and this is laser. Ooh, fun. So I'm going to click on a sticky note. You can choose the color that you like, and you can just type right in here. Ask any questions. I was wondering, and I'm just going to leave it at that. And I click on save, and there's my sticky note. You can move it around if you like. Also, these three dots, you can click there and edit your sticky note if you want to do that. I'm going to change that to pink. That matches my shirt today. There we go. And there's already a sticky note here from me. Hello, everyone. We are so happy to virtually see you. So feel free to access our parking lot throughout the day. If we happen not to answer a question that you have, or you feel like you want to just post it for later on, this is where you can do that.
And Laura, if I can just interject, what I posted in the
Please.
chat box is actually our handout of links. So if you
Oh,
open
good.
that handout, that document, I would leave that pulled up the whole session. It has all of the links we will be accessing throughout the 2 days. That way, as soon as we go to something, you can pull it up yourself. And, you know, unless there's a problem with the link or something. And then if that's the case, please let us know in the chat box. And we'll be checking the parking lot multiple times throughout the day so we can move swiftly. There might be a moment where we have to kind of move forward and then just ask you to pop your questions on the parking lot, and we can come back and address them a little later on.
Great. And I went to the technology handout just so you could see what that looks like. And all of those links are there for you throughout the training. Some of them we will not get to until tomorrow, but you've got everything that you need right there. Okay, and I'm going to go back to the presentation now. Bear with me, we're getting everything set up for you. So right now we would like to do a little bit of a poll. And as you can see, you've got the North Carolina State Board of Education districts. We've got 8 regions. So I'm going to open up the polling and ask you to just simply type in the number of the district that you are coming from. So hopefully that should pop up on your screen. So it'll say, what is your position? And just, oh, okay, that one doesn't go with, let me see. That's okay. We will just go to that particular question. So we'll just go ahead and answer that now since some people are already clicking on it. What is your position? So we've got content teachers, ESL, lead, administrator, or other. And it looks like we've got several participating, and I'll wait just a minute for that to finish, and I'll share the results with you. Okay, at this time, it looks like I'm going to go ahead and close it and share the results with you. All right, so most of our folks here, 57% are ESL teachers. We've got 17% others, which I guess I would fall into that category too. We've got 9% lead teachers and 4% content teachers. Thank you for participating in that poll. That's great. And I'm going to go back a slide and back to the districts. And this time, what I want you to do is go ahead in the chat box and type in the number of the district that you're coming from. If you'll just type that in the chat for me. All right, 4, 5, 3,
Uh, is that me?
Yes. So we've got Piedmont Triad. 4 is Sandhills. Okay, Kim. She's saying we've got 3 ESL teachers here attending under her login. Well, welcome. Welcome to all of you. If I turn my head, it's because I have another screen that I'm looking at the results from. So thank you so much for participating in that, and welcome. I'm from the Southwest Western District, District 8. So now, if you'll just type into the chat box, what subject do you teach? Or that might say subjects, because you might be teaching more than one. If you'll just type into the chat box, what subject do you teach? Math, science, ELA, ESL, DLI, social studies, arts, or anything else? All right, ESL, ELD, science, ELA, literacy coach. Welcome. All right. And what grade do you teach? If you'll type that in, K5, 6, 8, 9, 12, all, that would be me. Other, great. We have some secondary, we've got elementary, work with 6, 8, 5, 8. Perfect. Well, you're going to enjoy this. All right, now we're going to WebEx platform guidance. So these are just some helpful tips for you as participants, how to mute and unmute yourself, where the chat box is located, the media viewer, and the return to control panel. So that's really helpful if you need to know how to get to those particular things. Here's some more guidance where your webcam, your mute and unmute is there. When you're chatting, you can select if you want it to send to everyone or if you want to send a private message to someone else. So that's nice, good feature. And then to access control panel during presentation, that's how you do that. That's where that is located. Chrissy, if we're getting any questions that I don't see, just jump in. This is where you can change your video outlet layout. My brain switching things around to control where you can view the video participants. Other meeting controls, you can hide those panels. So you can play around with that and see. You can give thumbs up, you can give a smiley face, all kinds of things in WebEx. So you can play around with that and see how you want to react there. Again, this is our technology links and support, and we'll be using this throughout the day. So you probably want to have that up as a tab on your computer, or maybe have it up on another screen, as Chrissy had said earlier. All right. Now we're going to move on to our first activity. This is called Like Me. And when you hear a description of what you do, I want you to type in the chat box, like me. So I'm going to start calling out some things, and then you can respond in the chat box. Okay, you ready? All right, are you an ESL teacher? Type in the chat box, like me. Thank you. Great participation. All right, if you are a coach or support person, like me. Okay, what about if you co-teach with a content teacher? Like me. All right. Very good. And that's just a great way also if you're working with students to get them up and moving. It's a quick icebreaker for them to be engaged with you. So we really enjoy that one. Okay, we're going to move on to our learning outcomes. These are the things that we're looking forward to explaining to you, talking about the North Carolina English Language Development Standards. And as you know, we've been rolling that out this year, and learning more about the different types of language. So the language of social and instructional language, the language of language arts, social studies, math, and science. So we've been, as a state, been offering a lot of professional development about our standards this year, and the unpacking, the mapping, all of the connections that our ESL teachers and other teachers need in order to weave those into their objectives, our daily objectives, our unit objectives. Also, we're going to be understanding the role and the strategies of GLAD. So GLAD stands for Guided Language Acquisition Design. And the reason why we call it OCDE, Project GLAD, is that Project GLAD comes from Orange County, California Department of Education. And so that's where everything it originates from. And there are other programs out there called Be Glad or something like that. But this is the real McCoy. This is the Orange County Department of Ed, Project GLAD. And they are very proud of their materials, preserving them, keeping them copyrighted, and having fidelity to the strategies. So it's a collection of strategies that really help teachers to be able to reach all students, but especially English learners. We're also going to be creating the framework for a unit that we're going to be basing on our standards, both our English language development standards and our content standards. And we're going to be gathering materials needed to finish out that unit and help our students reach their goals for English language development and their content standards. So our learning agreements, Project GLAD focuses on the learner, whether an adult or a child. And one thing that I really think is very important to set the tone for the culture of GLAD is the 3 PERS standards. And those are, number one, make good decisions. So we're modeling for students how to make good decisions, how to solve problems, and show respect. And so those 3 standards are also great norms for our meetings today and tomorrow. And we do want to make good decisions and solve problems and show respect in a lot of different ways. And when we do face-to-face trainings with children, where we're modeling with a class of students, we talk about that with the students, and they give us great examples of what making good decisions and so forth look like. Now, one little thing I wanted to mention here was we're doing a 2-day webinar today. Our training is actually a 3-day training. So we're actually condensing the 3-day training into 2. So there may be times that you might be asking questions in the chat or on the parking lot. We may not get to it right that moment, but we will, we promise that we will answer those questions in either later on in the training when we've got a break, or tomorrow morning. We will, from your exit tickets, any questions that we have, we will address those later on. So, and another thing is you may want to have some sticky notes or just a pad of paper and a pencil ready. We may ask you things throughout that you might want to jot down. So that would be a good idea to have. All right, next we would like to acknowledge the National Training Center for Project GLAD. Okay, can everyone hear me? Let me turn up my volume a little bit. So at the National Training Center, that's in Costa Mesa, California, We would like to thank them for all of their help during our training and their support. Also, our regional training center, which is based in Henderson County, and all of these wonderful people that are also Tier 3 trainers here in North Carolina, which includes Miss Luann Llewellyn, who's on with us today, and her crew. We're so glad that you're here. Also, the staff and students of Henderson, Lee, and Rutherford County, because a lot of the materials that we'll be sharing with you today, pictures of different charts and strategies, come from those counties and from those students. All right, so now I'd like to explain just a little bit more about the content and English language development. You see on the left, there's a beautiful diamond and it's multifaceted. And that's done by the jeweler to show off all of the facets, the shine, the brilliance of that beautiful gemstone. Well, the same thing.
Laura, you are coming in and out for us. I'm not sure if maybe we want to cut our cameras to
Say that again.
your volume, your voice is going in and out for us. I'm not sure if you want to cut the cameras and maybe that'll help with broadband or.
Yes, we can try that. Hold on just a second.
And guys, we may periodically need to cut our cameras off just for that very reason. I know you guys are very familiar with broadband issues since COVID. So occasionally you may see Laura or I turn off our cameras, and that may be because of those issues. Laura?
Yes. Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm so sorry about that. Sometimes things are affected by the video cameras. So, although we love to see your beautiful faces, sometimes we have to turn those off to make sure that we can hear each other. Wonderful. All right. So, the collaborative emphasis there is on the standards in writing, and you'll see that as we go along. We just want to use a visual, which is a great idea to use with any student to show what we mean.
Okay, so we're going to talk briefly for just a few minutes about what OCDE Project GLAD is and what it is not. It's really important to understand that OCDE is not a program or curriculum. And so it's not going to be a laid out pathway for you like a program or curriculum would. Instead, what OCDE Project GLAD is a set of strategies. And these strategies are there are over 150 different strategies, and the strategies are effective for all learners. But they are essential and critical for multilingual learners for them to be able to access content and grow and develop their language. They are based on current research. Every rationale or justification for each strategy is based on current research, brain-based research, as well as language development research, memory research, brain research. They're compatible with all the state standards. So I saw we had a couple content teachers here. You are going to be able to really clearly see how content and language go together with OCDE Project GLAD. And they're very flexible. So we're going to present these strategies to you today as if they are, they can be used independently. You can pull any strategy you'd like and use it by itself completely for a lesson, or the lessons can be linked, the strategies, excuse me, can be linked together to be used kind of in a unit plan. So just keep that in mind as we're going through the session. We may say this strategy works really well with another strategy. That doesn't mean they have to be used together. It's just saying that they support each other well. So want to be sure that you understand that we call this a glimpse of GLAD because that's exactly what it is. I don't know. I'm gonna see if you can see this. I don't think you can with my background, but there's, as I said, 150 strategies in OCDE Project GLAD. We're going to touch on about 12 of those through these sessions. And these 12 are the ones we feel are that content teachers, ESL teachers can easily incorporate into any lesson they have, and they have amazing results and outcomes for our multilingual learners and really all our students. So just know that, as we said, this is a brief passing look at this, and it is not the whole set of strategies. A little bit about the history of OCDE Project GLAD. It is, as Laura said, a professional development model, and it began in Orange County, and GLAD has been in Western North Carolina since 2013, and we are so excited that is spreading. So we're starting to see OCDE Project GLAD move from the western part into our eastern, and also, in some of our northern and southern counties. So super excited about that. These trainings, the full training is offered through the Western Region of Educational Service Alliance, or RESA, which will provide all that information at the end of the session tomorrow. So let's take a look at the 6 components that are part of OCDE Project GLAD. The 6 components are sorry, I just wanted to make sure I could see my chat box here. So we're going to get into some content here about OCDE Project GLAD. Okay, so OCDE Project GLAD is a collection of, like I said, 150 or more strategies. They are all research-based. Each component area, there are 6 component areas. We will focus in this session on the first 4, which are focus and motivation, input, guided oral practice, and reading and writing. Those are the 4 that we will focus on and give strategies for in this training. However, there are 2 additional ones, extended activities for integration and assessment and feedback, that are also part of the professional development model, and but we won't be accessing or discussing those today. So the next thing we want to do is give you an opportunity to kind of dive into the components and strategies and to explore what GLAD is. And we want to do that using a process that is very similar to one of the strategies we'll talk about in our first focus and motivation component, which are observation charts. We call this strategy in GLAD walking the walls, because if this were a face-to-face, you would be coming into a huge room with language-rich charts all over the walls. So we want you to have an opportunity to still see those charts and get an idea of what an OCDE Project GLAD classroom might look like. So we are going to allow you to look at these through our Walk the Walls presentation. So if you will take a look at your handout link, you should see a Walk the Walls. And what we're going to do is give about maybe 5 minutes or so for you to just kind of click through the presentation and look at each of the 4 component areas we will be talking about, and look at the artifacts. And as you look at the artifacts and those visuals, we want you to kind of, on a separate sheet of paper, sticky note, whatever you have available close beside you, we want you to make some observations. So what do you notice? I observe. Tell some things you observe in each of those components about those artifacts. And then we want you to also make some predictions. So we know predictions are based on observation. So based on what I've observed, I predict, what do you predict the students are doing in those strategies? What do you predict the purpose of the strategy is? And what do you predict OCDE Project GLAD overall is doing with that strategy? And then, of course, we'd like you to ask some questions. So I wonder, what are some things you wonder as you look at these artifacts? I'm gonna start our timer now at 5 minutes. Everyone should be able to access the Walk the Walls presentation through their handout. I am also going to take and put the Walk the Walls in the chat box. Please let me know if you are unable to access the Walk the Walls presentation in the chat box. We'll start our 5 minutes now at 9:08. We will come back and go into some breakout rooms to let you share some of your observations and predictions. So at this point, I'm going to mute and start our time. And please let me know if you need any help viewing or participating in this activity.
I have a question. Kim here from Macon County Schools. We are making a I observe, I predict, I wonder on the each component, correct? Which is the first one's focus and motivation, and then the next one is we're making those three, let's say, thoughts.
Yes.
I observe, I predict, I wonder on those components, correct?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. And when we come back and share it, and we're going to use a little strategy to share out, we will combine them all together. But that's the way that you can really kind of begin to consolidate and synthesize information about each component. So yes, ma'am, you're exactly correct.
All right, thank you. And then do we just write our own notes, right? There's no like, when you said sticky, I was picturing like a JAD board or Jamboard, but we're just doing our own notes here at the, like, correct? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. You're going to do your own notes. And when we come back, we're actually going to use an OCDE Project GLAD strategy for sharing. So that's why no Jamboard.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, it looks like our 5 minutes are up. So if I can have everybody just come back with me. Hopefully you had an opportunity to really walk through all of those artifacts and make some good observations and predictions. And at this point, we are going to go to and give you an opportunity to share some. And we're going to do that through one of the OCDE project strategies that you are going to learn today. And that is an OCDE Project GLAD inquiry chart. And this chart and this strategy works really well with the observation charts that you'll also learn a little later on today. The activity with you looking at the pictures is similar to an observation chart, and our inquiry chart we're going to go to right now. So I am going to just click on this. Oh my goodness. I apologize. I'm going to just, I'm just going to, I'm just going to pause us right here for 1 minute so that I can make sure we can access our chart. Okay, we are back now. So here is our OCDE Project GLAD chart, and I'm going to actually present the strategy as close to it as we can as possible to the way we would do it if we were face to face. So I will, when I will begin the strategy, you'll hear me talking to you as maybe you would probably present this and talk to your students, so you can see what it looks like. We just had an opportunity to look at and talk about some very interesting pictures and artifacts. Now we're going to use those pictures to think like scientists and make predictions. But before we do that, let's look at our goal for this activity. Our goal is that we will be able to introduce and develop precise claims through declarative statements. And what that means is that we're going to be able to make statements or give information that are very specific about our topic. And we're going to be able to introduce that topic using those statements. So that's what we're working toward with this strategy or with this activity today. So now I would like you to start out, and I'm just going to ask you to read with me at home. You don't have to unmute, just read with me as we go. So, what I think I know about GLAD is our first column. So, now that I mentioned we're going to think like scientists, scientists make observations. And then they use their observations to make hypotheses. So you see the word hypotheses here on our column. We're going to make some hypotheses. So what is a hypothesis? Well, some people say a hypothesis is a guess, but really it's a guess based on what we already know about a topic or what we can observe about a topic. It's based on the facts that we've gathered. And scientists gather facts and they do experiments all the time. And then they confirm or they prove that their hypothesis is correct or incorrect. So as we start to think about creating hypothesis, and we're going to go into breakout rooms here in just a minute so you can share some of your predictions with one another before we share out with the group. As you begin to make your predictions, you might want to think about stating your predictions in a way that shares your facts and your observations that you're basing your predictions on. So I might say, based on, and I would give my observation or my prior knowledge, I think, or I might say, I predict that OCD Project GLAD is this because, and share my observations. So observations and prior knowledge and predictions are all linked together. So now we want you to try to make some hypothesis, and we're going to let you go into breakout rooms to do that. So we're going to give you about maybe 3 minutes in your groups to talk about and share some of your predictions. And the observations or prior knowledge that you have that help you make those predictions. You can also talk about the questions that you have, that I wonder prompt. What questions did you have? So we're going to give you a minute to discuss that. I'm going to open up some breakout rooms. And as you can see here, your breakout rooms, I'll try to make that a little larger so you can see that a little bigger. Okay, your breakout rooms, you'll just choose the room that correctly describes you. So based on your last name, we've divided you into one of 4 rooms. So if you'll just, when I open the breakout rooms, if you'll just select the one that your last name belongs in. So having said that, I am going to go ahead and open our breakout rooms. Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully I've had a chance to pop into a couple of breakout rooms, heard some great conversations and discussions, and some really good questions that made me excited because I know the answer to those questions, and I think you guys are going to be so excited about what that answer is as we move forward. So what we're going to do now is we are going to go back to our inquiry chart. And you're going to think about the pictures you saw and discussed. You're going to think about the pictures that you saw and that you had conversations and discussed. And we're going to share out now some of the things that we observed and the predictions we made about them. So let's start with that. We're going to make some hypotheses. So what I'm going to ask you to do is to just unmute, or actually let's raise your hand. Raise your hand if you have a prediction that you would like to share with us. So let's see if we can, you can just unmute. That might be the easiest way. Unmute and let's share out some hypotheses that you have about OCD Project GLAD.
I predicted that language acquisition, like at least some language acquisition, was going to be necessary for these activities.
Thank you so much, Ms. Davis. So I predicted that some language acquisition was going to be necessary for these activities. And I believe that was Ms. Davis. I know Ms. Davis, she and I are co-teaching this year. So I'm just going to write Rachel Davis next to her observation. Thank you so much. Would someone else like to share a prediction that you had, that you talked about or discussed in your groups? And you're welcome to share in the chat box if you'd like. And Laura, if you could help me monitor the chat box since you're back with us now, that would be awesome, because my ability to see it on my screen is a little limited. Okay, I see Miss Monica has shared one. She says, based on the use of illustration,
Diagrams, I'll help you out.
Thank you.
Graphic organizers and anchor charts I've seen so far. I think GLAD involves various learning strategies students can use across different content areas.
Oh, wonderful. So that is a very, very nicely worded prediction. Thank you so much for that.
We have a few more in the chat box if you want them.
And this was Monica who stated that one. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Could somebody read those in the chat box to me?
Laura, are you able to jump back in, or would you like me to keep going? She may still be having some sound problems. Sam says, I predict that MLs will be able to write paragraphs from the process charts. And I'll go back and help you with that.
So I predict that multilingual learners will be able to write paragraphs with the process chart. Awesome. Thank you so much, Sam. Let's see. Maybe we take one more.
Terry says activating prior knowledge is key.
Awesome. You guys did such a great job of sharing your hypotheses with us. And I know we have others to share, and we're going to come back to this chart many, many times throughout our lesson and our unit, and we're going to add to it, and we're going to improve it, and we're going to answer some questions as we learn. So thank you all so much for doing that. Now we're at that part of where we're going to talk about the things you might have wondered. So if you guys will just read along with me at home, you don't have to unmute. What I would like to know about GLAD. So when we talk about questions, we're going to use some words pretty frequently. Those are question words. And those might be who, what, when, where, why, and how. Those words are words we generally start questions out with. So as you think about sharing your questions, you might want to think about using those words in your questions, okay? So could someone unmute and just share with me a question or something that you wondered as you looked at our pictures?
I wondered why in slide 11, some of the words were crossed out. Like there were multiple. I was thinking of one was like, I want to say it said a man and a leader. And then the word a man was crossed out.
Okay, that is an excellent question. So I'm going to use the word why because I heard her use the word why, and I'm going to start my sentence with why were some words crossed out in the charts that we saw? I'm going to put a question mark there because that lets me know that it is a question and I need to find or answer it, find a response for it. So thank you so much. And I believe, so that's awesome. Thank you so much, Miss Davis. Would somebody else like to share a question? That's a really great question.
I wondered where all the pictures came from.
Oh, that's a great question as well. So again, I heard her use the word where, and often we start sentences with these WH questions. So I'm going to say, where did all of the where did all of the pictures come from? Thank you so much. And who was sharing that with us?
Chris.
Thank you, Chris. Another question. Can we get like maybe 2 more questions? That would be awesome. So I
Got
see
one in the chat box from Sam. What kinds of text or books are used for these prompts?
I love that. And I noticed that Sam started his question with the word what, which is great. What kinds
Of
of
text,
questions?
of texts
Oh,
or
I'm sorry.
books
Of text or books
are used for these prompts?
Okay, and I'm just going to correct my spelling here. And so look, what kinds of text or books are used for these prompts? That's an awesome question. Thank you so much, Sam. And can I have one more?
Yeah, Christy wrote one.
Great.
How can technology be integrated and have the same impact?
Okay,
So
how can technology be integrated
and have the same impact?
I love that question. And again, we're noticing that the question was started with not a WH question, but an H question, how? And that's another question that we use in our, when we create questions. And I see, how can technology be integrated and have the same impact? And, sometimes when we have an and in a question like this, and have the same impact, we might want to also make sure that we have 2 complete sentences on either side. So how can technology be integrated? And we might also say, and technology have the same impact. So technology is going to make that sentence, actually a sentence, okay, at the end there. And notice I have the question mark. So you guys did a great job with those questions. And we're just going to do one more thing before we go back to our learning. And that is that whenever we write something, we always want to look for ways to improve it. How can we make it better? We're going to go back and look at our hypotheses, and we're going to come up with some ways that we can make it even better, make some of these even better and improve them. So we always want to do that. That's what a good writer does. So as I look at some of our statements, I see one here that says activating prior knowledge is key. And I noticed that my other statements have the word predicting in them. So maybe I want to actually state that this is a prediction. So I might, and when we state a prediction, we might actually say, I predict that, excuse me, hang on one. I'm going to change my color here to black. I predict that, and then I'm going to change this to a lowercase letter because whenever we only use capitals at the beginning of a sentence, and since we put something in place of this, I predict that activating prior knowledge is key. Wow, that sounds great. Now I know that's a prediction and it's a complete sentence. So wonderful, wonderful. Looks great. We improved that one. Let's see if we can improve one more. So I predicted that. Now, sometimes when we do predictions like scientists, we we want to look at, did we state our observations? So for this hypothesis, I predicted that some language acquisition was going to be necessary for these activities. We might actually go in here and add a because, and actually tell what it was that we saw that made us think that. Because remember, the facts, our prior knowledge, and our observations are what drive hypotheses. So I might say, because I see, and I'm going to use the black color here, because I see a lot of language in the form of sentences and phrases on the charts. So that's going to give the observation paired with the prediction. So great job. So we did a great job looking at those and trying to make those a little better. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and go back to our learning. And at this point, that kind of ends our demo. And as we go through, you saw a little bit of the process for the inquiry chart here. And we're going to walk through the steps with you when we actually talk about that. And we'll talk about what you saw me do here. So thank you so much for your participation with this demonstration. So now we're just going to dive deeper into each of the components, and then we're going to take a slight break, because I know probably many of us are ready for a break. So we're just going to talk about the 4 components very briefly, and to kind of front load what we're going to be discussing the next couple of days. So the first component that you see here is the focus and motivation component. And these are the 3 strategies that we are going to talk about in this training. We're going to talk about observation charts, which were very similar to the artifacts and the process that you guys went through looking at the artifacts. And we're going to talk about inquiry charts. And we're going to talk about the Teacher Made Big book. And the rationale or the purpose behind the use of these strategies is that these strategies are going to spark interest. They're going to, for students, we're going to get them motivated to learn. We're going to set the purpose for our learning. And we're going to access some prior knowledge for this new topic that we're going to be discussing. For some of you that are familiar with the SIOP model, the focus and motivation component is similar to the building background component of SIOP. So that might give you kind of a point of reference. However, these strategies with Project GLAD are going to also, in addition to that accessing of prior knowledge and building of background, they're also going to try to create that level of motivation. And they're also going to try to create a low anxiety environment for our students so that they are more likely to take risks in their use of the new language, and they're going to have lots of supports for that. Our next component that we're going to discuss is input, and this is going to be this strategy is going to we're going to talk about the strategies of graphic organizers. Specifically, we'll talk about 2, which is a world map and a timeline. We're going to talk about pictorial input charts and the narrative input chart. And you can see examples on here of the pictorial input, the timeline, and here is the narrative input chart. So those are the 3 strategies that we'll be sharing from this component. And it is exactly what the rationale for it, the purpose it serves, is exactly what it looks like. This is where the teacher puts into the students' heads. So this is the teacher direct instruction piece. And the rationale for these strategies is to provide universal access for direct instruction. So the rationale for these strategies is that we want to allow all students, irregardless of their academic language ability, irregardless of their language proficiency, we want to allow all students to be able to access the content that we are teaching in our direct instruction. And as I said, these are all based on research. So in particular, the brain imprinting research is going to be really big supporting this component. And that idea is just that the brain maps what it can see visually. And when we map it visually, we're able to recall it much faster and much easier, and much more quickly and efficiently. So all of the visuals you see here was are in support of that. So all of the strategies you see here are going to have similar rationales. They're all going to seek to support access for all of the students, but some of them will also have additional purposes that are slightly different, and we'll talk more about those when we actually dive into that component. So the next strategy that you're going to set of component, I'm getting tongue twisted. The next component that we will talk about in the course of these 2 days is guided oral practice. And the strategies we'll explore are picture file cards, chants and poetry, and the sentence patterning chart. And the main rationale for these is pretty much as it states in the title of the component, which is to improve students' oral language production. What we know is that students spend less than 2% of their academic school day engaging in academic oral language development. And so we also know, research tells us that the more students are using the language and interacting with others in the use of that language, the more their language develops. So this component is really going to focus on getting our students to have opportunities to use oral language and academic vocabulary for those content teachers of us that are here, and also aimed at getting them to take risks, which is often that affective filter that also sometimes interferes with our language learners being able to share what they know orally. This component is going to help decrease that anxiety. So as I said, we're going to have scaffolds in here to help with that oral language production. We're going to create a situation where there's not a lot of anxiety in producing orally. And we're going to set that language expectation that students are going to have to engage in, that oral production. Okay. And then our final component that we're going to talk about is the reading and writing. And this is the fourth and final component we're going to learn about. And these strategies are going to include learning logs, mind maps, and expert groups, as well as the process grid we're going to work on this morning. In this component, your process grid is going to eventually turn into a reading activity. So the rationale behind the use of this component is to develop competency in grade level reading and writing. And I know that you guys heard me say grade level reading and writing. So the goal is that complex text and to get our students, no matter their language proficiency, into complex text. And also to get them writing complex text. And so students are going to practice reading these texts with supports and scaffolds and modeling and a very print-rich and functional environment with GLAD. And you guys will see what I'm kind of describing as we dive in a little deeper. So the reading and writing component is really going to bring together everything that the kids have learned at this point from the other components. They're going to be using their newly learned vocabulary. They're going to be using their new content concepts that they've learned and the facts that they've learned. And they're going to be use that reading and writing to kind of showcase that learning. So that is our fourth component we will be discussing. And now it is time for our break. We're just a little off in time, maybe about 15 minutes. We're going to give you a 10-minute break. Go take care of your needs. And we will be back at 9:56. So we'll see you then. If you have any questions or problems, just type in the chat box and we'll be manning it here.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're so glad that you are still with us and hope that you were able to take care of your needs there. And we're going into the next phase of the training where we're going to talk specifically about the process grid. And as you can see, on your screen, it says begin with the end in mind. Maybe some of you are in Leader in Me schools and you know this phrase, but basically what it's talking about is in GLAD units, we like to start at the end and do sort of a backwards planning. So to develop any of our units, we're going to start with our standards and with the end goal. In other words, what do you want the students to be able to do? Or what do you want your students to have learned once you have gone through your unit? And how are you going to teach it? And how does that match the standards? All right. So just to kind of recap and maybe kind of zoom out and think about an entire GLAD unit, the overall process I've kind of simplified in this process chart. So the first component that we talk about is focus and motivation, as Chrissy's gone through that with you, setting the purpose for the learning, motivating, allowing students to explore what it is that they're going to be studying in the unit. Next is input. And so this is the direct instruction piece where the teacher is definitely laying that groundwork, building the background, painting the background of that canvas before we add on the important details. Next, we're going to give students practice time with their speaking. We're going to be weaving in the vital vocabulary and engaging our students with guided oral practice. So that's our third component. And then lastly, the reading and writing component, make sure that you can dive into the content, become experts and empower those teams together. And I'm going to stop my video just to make sure that everything's going to run smoothly here. So that synopsis is kind of helpful as we go into our process grid conversation. We're going to begin planning with the process grid. This is an example of a process grid that was done with 8th graders in a cellular biology unit. So if you look across the top in the black writing where it says organelle, found in which cell, located in cell, function, characteristics, those are what we call attributes, or something about what you're going to study, a way to look at the material in a particular way. If you go down the left column where it says plasma or cell membrane, cell wall, nucleus, ribosome, mitochondria, and so forth, those are what we call examples. So within the cells where you see the green, purple, pink, and blue writing, those cells contain the information that the students are going to learn throughout your unit. And it's a building process. So if you look at a cross section, which let's say that you're looking at the ribosome organelle, and then you've got information that what cell, where is it found in the cell, in which kind of cell. You see in the green it says plant cells and animal cells. So that information is what we have to research and make sure that the students learn in the unit, if that makes sense. So the process grid has two purposes. It's to be a unit planning tool, and it's also to assess the student's knowledge at the end of the unit. And right now we're focusing on the first purpose, which is a unit planning tool. Chrissy, just let me know if any questions pop up in the chat. I don't see any at this moment. And we'll just keep talking about process grid. Okay, the first thing that you're going to do to begin this process is to identify the standards for your unit. So now that we've got our wonderful new WIDA English Language Development Standards, we can take a look at that. And for this unit, this particular development standard is appropriate for pretty much the entire unit. And I'm sure there are a lot of other ones that could be listed here as well. But for this one, it is the explain is our key use, interpretive. We're going to be interpreting scientific explanations by obtaining and combining information from observations and using evidence to help explain how or why a phenomenon occurs. That is the language development expectation that I've selected for this particular unit that I'm going to show you about. The science content is understanding how plants survive in their environments. So the two of these sort of cornerstone standards that I've selected are what I'm basing my entire unit on that I'm developing. It's a 3rd grade unit about plants and their survival. Let's look at a deeper look at our science standard. It's kind of hard to show all of these sub bullets on one screen, so I've kind of blown this up. So you can see the clarifying objectives. If you read through those, it's talking about the structures of the plant, roots, stems, leaves, flowers, those very particular points. Also talking about environmental conditions and how well the plants will survive and grow, the life cycle, and also the basic properties of and components of the soil and how the plants survive. So all of us pretty much have learned that plants need sunlight, air, water, they need the proper soil. So these clarifying objectives are found within the unpacking document of the standards. And if I go back a slide, you'll see that these unpacking standards are linked here. I'm just going to click on the science one. And so if I click down, this is talking about motion. This one is talking about properties of matter, which we did a great unit on that one. Energy. Here's the Earth, Moon, and stars. And we've got Earth's surface, human body systems. Here's our particular one that we're going to be looking at in the process grid as an example for you to learn about. So if you look at this, the unpacking gives a lot more information. And so you can look at that to be able to flesh out your process grid. So take advantage of the unpacking document that that DPI has made available. It's very important to get all of your details from that. All right. So moving right along, we've got the science standard again here. And I'm going to show you how I highlighted some parts of the standard and translated it into a process grid for the unit I designed. Even though some words are highlighted here, we will cover every detail of this content standard with all of the strategies as we go throughout the unit. So you're going to see certain parts of the standard highlighted at certain parts and certain strategies as we move along. And by the end, you'll agree with me that we have definitely absorbed every single word of this standard, which I absolutely love about GLAD. Now, we're translating this information into a grid, so a table of information. So I've taken what I highlighted in the standard, and now I have moved it into the columns of this particular grid. So we've got plant parts and functions, soil composition, life cycle, environment, and examples. So that's what we're going to be using for our attributes. Next, for our examples, we're going to use the different plant groups. Now, you could have designed this a totally different way. This is just the way that it made sense to my brain. And so what we're trying to do here is say, okay, we want to explore what all of these attributes across the top look like in different plant groups. So what I've done is I've selected different plants that are both familiar to me and ones that are different. So like, for example, shrubs are very familiar to us. We all go outside and see the azaleas. We see the gardenias, we see the mountain laurel, we see, different types of shrubs outside of our homes all the time. So this is a good one to be on the top row to be able to talk to students about because they already have some background knowledge of what those look like. But what we want to do also is think about different plant groups that would have different information like tropicals. Oh, well, tropicals are going to be growing in a totally different environment, for example. Succulents, which is the cactus group, those would maybe have a different soil composition than what we have here in North Carolina. I've got annuals in here to give a different example of maybe what examples we would have of those. Tundra plants, that's definitely going to have a different look at those than we would other plant groups. So you want to show a variety of different plant groups so you can yield a maximum result of your group, of your process grid, and information is going to look different in each cell of your table, if that makes sense. So normally when I look at a standard and I'm trying to determine my information that I want to look at, I usually determine the columns first, the plant parts and functions, soil composition, and so forth. I try to think about that first, and then I go for my examples to do a cross section with. So you want to think about your outcome of your process grid and think what's going to give you different results within those cells, if that makes sense. All right. Now, this is the really fun part where you can tie in the ELD language expectations that you've chosen. So a few minutes ago, I showed you in the pink box this exact language expectation from our ELD, or English Language Development Language of Science standards. And this is for grades 2 through 3. And it says, interpret scientific explanations by obtaining and combining information from observations and using evidence to help explain how or why a phenomenon occurs. And that's pretty wordy, but if you dive into this, you can definitely think about how you can tie the information from your process grid to your ELD language expectation. I want you to put your thinking caps on right now. And I want you to type your ideas into the chat box or go ahead and unmute and tell me how you think this ELD language expectation could tie into this content. Give me some ideas.
So Laura, I'll let you know when we have something in the chat box. Something you might think about is what classroom activities might you use to meet this standard? So if you're talking about the information in this process grid, what kind of classroom activities might you use to meet this standard where they are using evidence to explain?
Very good. That was kind of a deep question. And I see Chris is saying grow some plants. I love that. Yes, and students love to grow plants. And I actually did that when I had a particular third grade group, and we grew some sunflowers because in the big book, the teacher made big book, which is something that we'll demonstrate later. I had a lot of pictures of sunflowers and some interesting facts about them, like the heliotropism, where they turn their heads to the sun. And the students absolutely loved that, and they loved growing those plants. Great idea. Anyone else?
Hey, it's Kim again. I have a quick question. I understand all of that, every piece of the process grid and that standard, but I have a question about the how or why a phenomenon occurs. So like that word phenomenon is kind of what I was stuck on. Is that just like growing a plant, the sun, the plant absorbing sunlight to grow? Is that kind of the concept?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so phenomenon is kind of a big word to sort of be a general term for
Right.
something that happens, a process. And so the process of um, plants being able to grow up from the root, come through that soil, come up and grow on the stem and the leaves, and then finally the flowers. And that process or life cycle could be your phenomenon.
Gotcha. Okay.
Excellent.
Yeah, so but I like all the components and the way they tie in, so the different, it plants, and then all those pieces, the plant parts and functions, composition, life cycle, environment, I mean, is taking the whole process and making it very, let's say, categorically, beautifully, to be able to, for them to learn, because I feel like our ESL students need to categorize, right? When you have all those components, to be able to make that, let's say, whole picture understanding, the phenomenon piece, all those pieces are necessary for that learning. Oh gosh, I answered my phone. Sorry, I tried to mute it and then it oh, okay. So anyways, I like that where it breaks it down. I do love that fact of GLAD. I'm going to say the components all always category, like they make that categories for them, the colors, the academic language piece, the process grid. They're able to categorize and make it easier for them to process. So
Thank you.
And
Great.
Laura, we do have a comment kind of slash question in the chat box. And this is from Monica, and she says, she sees how the grid can be useful for content, but which part of the grid can you use to include how the students can explain the how and why? Or do you entirely come up with language activities using the things on the grids?
I like that question. And it's going to become clearer to you as we go along. The how and why, something that I thought about is finding evidence of how and why a phenomenon occurs. So this could be done by finding out how and why plants survive by looking at their soil composition and environment. So we're in science content here where we're doing observations, we're logging the progress. So let's say you planted those seeds, and then we're going to see how many days is it going to take that little green stem to pop up above the dirt. How many days did it take before you could see leaves appearing? Students, how many days did it take before you could start to see the head of the flower forming? And so all of these observations is what's going to tie into your English language development standard right here, where you're going to take the information and I'm going to interpret that scientific information and I'm going to be able to explain it to someone else. Okay, so we're going to see that happening throughout the unit, and all of you are coming up with some fantastic ideas, and you just have to hold on and ride along with us here because we're going to unveil this piece by piece, and this is really why we do love GLAD so much.
And just also to comment on that, the strategies themselves are going to take care of some of the language.
Yes.
So when we talk about the language, the strategies themselves, so like Laura said, we're so excited, you're excited and asking these questions, because those are the questions that we're going to address and answer as we go through each of these components.
Thank you so much. Now I'm going to show you what the completed process grid looks like. And so if you look at that, oh, I'm sorry, forgive me. I got ahead of myself. Let me go back. So we're right back here at the process grid. What I want to do now is walk through the first 2 rows together with you. So we're going to talk about how to fill in the grid for shrubs and for tropicals. And I just want to point out something very important right now. The D in GLAD stands for design. So we are the designers of this unit. And that's really fun. We get to be creative, but at the same time, we're going to be faithful to the standards and teach what the students need to learn. So to understand this language expectation, and I just read that a minute ago, we're going to be thinking about getting the students to explain and interpret scientific explanations about how plants survive. We want the students to use these observations, which implies that we must show them something related to this. The students will use evidence, which implies that we must give them facts for them to gather and collect. The students will explain how or why a phenomenon occurs, and that implies we, as the teachers, must see how various characteristics of the plants carry out survival. So that tells us that we would need to use various resources to find the facts that fill in the grid, but some of these things you might already know right now. Okay, so looking at this grid, would someone like to unmute or type in the chat box a fact that goes in the grid? I like to call it a fact because it's something that we know. All right, for example, I know that an orchid is an example of a tropical plant. So in our process grid right now, the cell that would connect to would be to go all the way to the right to examples and then go down to the second row. This is exactly where we would be typing that information in, excuse me. So we would type in right there, orchids, right? So would someone like to unmute or just type into the chat box, what fact do you see that would fit in for the first two rows, shrubs and tropicals?
Okay, so Laura, I'm seeing some people. Sam has typed in tropicals have a hot and humid environment.
Good.
Rachel has typed in soil composition or loam.
Yes, that is exactly what I've got on the finished grid. Good. What else? And as people are typing in, loamy soil means it's a combination of different components for the soil, and the students love to learn about that. So the life cycle of a lot of these plants are similar, but some of them are quite different. Like if you look at the succulents, for the succulents type of life cycle, they can live for over 100 years. And you can't see the succulents on here, but it's an interesting fact that you're going to find some variation there. Most life cycles for shrubs and tropicals would be a seed, a seedling, a plant, a flower, and then the cycle repeats. But you're going to find different information in different plant groups. All right, so I believe everyone is probably understanding what we're looking for here. And you're probably thinking about how are we going to find this information if we don't already know it. So now what I want to show you is the first three rows of the completed process grid. And so you can see that, let's look at the first cell, shrubs and plant parts and functions. So you can see there that for shrubs, the crown of the plant is the branches and the leaves. The trunk, the purpose of the trunk is to anchor the crown and root system. And then the root system keeps the plant in place and takes in the nutrients from the soil. So I would not be able to give that kind of detail myself, but I've looked up on the internet different articles. I have used library books. I've talked to people that are experts, and I've cited those sources when I was researching for this particular process grid. And of course, you want to keep all of that information in your document when you're researching. And we talked about the soil composition for shrubs, and the loamy mixture is clay, silt, and sand. That's what shrubs like as their soil composition because it can drain well. So this kind of information is really vital for your process grid. And as you're going along, looking up different resources, you're going to be filling in your process grid. And you're going to be showing a varied cross section of information, much like what I talked to you about earlier for the diamond, that multifaceted diamond. This is your multifacets. These are your facets that you're crafting for your process grid. All right. And I've got a link to the completed grid, and I'm just going to show you that really quickly. And I will share this with you. This is my own work, and I want to share it with you so that maybe it will be of some help to you.
Laura, we did have a hand raised. Miss Rachel Davis raised her hand.
Yes, Rachel.
So I think maybe my ADD kicked in and I spaced out during something. Am I using this to plan my lesson, or are the kids filling this in?
It's right now that we're using this to plan your unit. So this unit of instruction, it depends on, at how long you have with students and how often. So for ESL teachers, which I know most of you are, maybe you see your students once a week or twice a week. It would take you longer to present this unit. But for a classroom teacher, maybe it would take a shorter time. It doesn't matter how long it takes you, but you're going to be using this unit as your blueprint for your entire unit. I'm sorry, you're going to be using this process grid as a blueprint for your entire unit, if that makes sense. But later on in the unit, the strategies that come in the reading and writing component, the students will actually be filling in this information after they've learned a lot of information through strategies that you present in the earlier part of the unit.
Thank you very much. That's perfect.
All right. So you can see that all of this is filled in, and I love the examples category where, like, look at the tundra plants right here. Moss campion, Antarctic hairgrass. Is that not interesting? Wouldn't your students be fascinated to learn more about those? Mine definitely would. So you're going to have access to this. We're going to share the presentation with you later on today. So going back to the slides here. Now I'm going to ask Chrissy to take over and show you how to break down the process grid piece by piece so that you will feel comfortable creating the process grid. And just give her a second while she's presenting her content.
Really, some of you seem to be really excited about the grid, and the grid is just very powerful because we know we're hitting the standards. And so we're going to do some more work with the grid before we set you out to create your grids. And so we're going to work together on creating a process grid. And so what I've done, as I said previously, I was a history teacher for about 17 years in secondary at the high school level. And so I've chosen a standard from the social studies standards. And so we're going to, this is an American history standard. So the first thing we want to do is to read the standard, and we have to look at the standard to determine if it is too broad for a process grid. So sometimes our standards are very, very general and very, very broad. And sometimes we have to, as Laura said, kind of go to those unpacking standards and dive in deeper. So if we look at our standard, it says understand how movement, settlement, and expansion influenced American development. Well, that is a really broad standard. And so we're going to have, yes, the standard is going to be too broad. So we're going to cover in one unit. So we're going to have to think about, if we were going to cover the standard, we'd have to think about all the movement of people throughout our nation's history. Well, that is definitely too much information to cover in one lesson or one unit. So we're going to have to narrow our scope. And we're going to do that by selecting an objective to focus on. So for us today, I've chosen for us to focus on one, which you see here, which is explain the reasons for and effects of forced involuntary migration on societies, individuals, and groups over time. So let's begin with this objective. So let's go ahead and dive into that objective just a little deeper. So we are now ready to start to create our process grid. We have an objective. And what we want to do is start by looking at the verb, because the verb is going to be really important. Verb is going to tell us the language needs that the students are going to need to access. So as we look at this, verb, our verb is explain. So our students are going to need to be able to explain, and we're going to need to provide our students with the language features and the language to do that. So that's how we start to think about that, that language expectation that Laura mentioned earlier. We also want to think about our process grid and what are the attributes or the characteristics of our topic, of our content that students are going to really need to know. So take a moment right now and just look at the standard and what attributes, what characteristics, what information are our students going to need to know to be able to do that. And as Laura mentioned, that's going to be that first set of columns, that first column, the column headings. So take a minute, and if you'll just type in the chat box what you think those attributes might be based on our standard here. So in essence, this is what they need to know. What do they need to know about in this standard? Those are going to be our attributes across the top. Anybody want to chat in the top, the chat box, or unmute and share? And it's okay if we, yes, Laura said, what students need to know. What do they need to know in the standard? Okay, so looking at our social studies standards, what would they need to know for our social studies standard that's on the slide? Explain the reasons for and effects of forced and voluntary migration on societies. Okay, so I'm seeing Monica say industrialization. Okay, when we pull these attributes out, they're going to come pretty directly from the standard. So look at the standard. What words in the standard itself would we need to teach and place at the top up there? Okay, so I'm seeing migration. Okay, so possibly we need to know about migration. Was it forced or was it voluntary? And we see that right there in our standard, forced and voluntary migration. Okay, now the society and the different groups are going to not be our attributes, okay? Those are going to be our examples. Okay, so hang tight for that one just a minute. So I'm going to help, and I'm going to get us started here. So one thing I see are the reasons for. So they're going to need to know the reasons for the migration. Why did these groups and societies, beautiful, Monica popped it in there. Thank you, Monica. We had the same thought. They're going to need to know the reasons for the migrations. Why did these groups move? Okay, what else might they need to know now that we've had an example? Beautiful. The effects of forced migration. Yes, we're going to need to know the effects of forced migration on societies. We're going to need to know the effects on individuals, and we're going to need to know the effects on groups. So beautiful. And then, of course, we saw pop up forced and voluntary migration. Was the migration forced? Or was it something that the groups chose to do on their own? So those are, you guys did a good job. Those are going to be our attributes at the top of the grid. And as I said, 90% of the time, all of your attributes are going to come from the objective or the standard itself. Now, occasionally, we may add to those attributes. Or we may pull another objective if we don't have enough to help support. We may pull 2 objectives into our grid. But for right now, we have a pretty good set of attributes here in just our standard alone. Any questions about that so far?
I don't see any in the chat box.
So, as Laura said, we want to access our unpacking documents. And on your handout link, there is a link to the standard course of study. And that when you click on that link, it will take you to where you can choose your standard course of study, and it will also take you to where you can look at your unpacking documents. So this is the unpacking document for the standard we just looked at, American History 1.3. So as we look at that, we're going to look at that. That's going to give us more information. It might give us more information to add to the attributes at the top. We might get another column from this. Or we might get the examples. So as you see here in the American History Unpacking document, there is a whole column dedicated to example topics. So this is going to help me figure out what the rows in my process grid would be, my examples. So as someone said in the chat box, I believe it was Monica earlier, she said the groups, the different groups that are going to migrate. So as I look here, that's what I see in my examples, right? I see some of those. So what are some examples we could include? Just type those in the chat box. What are some examples of groups that we could include in our rows on our process grid? I see slaves, beautiful. The homesteaders or the Sooners, the Native Americans, beautifully. So great examples, and those would go on our column here. And I also want to go back as I was looking at the chat box. I saw that I believe it was Sal who said something we might want to know in our attributes across the top was vehicles that were used for migration. And so you could certainly add that to the top with your attributes. That's an example of a time where we may think of an attribute that's not listed in the standard that we want our students to know, or that's connected to a standard but not as explicit in the standard as we'd like. We could add that to the attribute. So, oh, sorry, I went crazy. Okay, great job. All right, so now we're going to actually make our grid together. Okay, so I'm going to click here, and here's our grid. And so at the top here are going to be our attributes. These are going to be the information the students need to know from the standard that we're going to type in across the top. So you guys, if you'll just unmute or type in the chat box, what were those? So I'm going to get us started. One of the things that we said they needed to know, was the reason for migration. We need to know why they migrated.
Yes.
Good. I see Jennifer has shared the effects. Good. So what did we need the effects on? There were 3 actual effects that we talked about. Can anybody help me with those? The effects on individuals. Wonderful. Y'all have good memories. I was thinking maybe I needed on individuals. What was another one? Effects on groups. Thank you, Melissa. We have one more.
Chrissy, it looks like Jennifer has said societies.
Beautiful. There's 3 of ours. You guys did an awesome job. So effects on individuals, groups, and society. So those came from our standards. Was there anything else in our standard? We have 1 attribute column left. Was there anything else in our standard that we might put in there? Or can you think of something like Sal said, maybe we want the transportation of the transportation modes used during these. You can type in the chat box, you can unmute. Okay, so since I'm not seeing anything in there, I'm going to use Sal's, and I'm just going to use the modes of transportation.
And Chrissy, I'd just like to add to that that sometimes you're not going to find your standard is really a neat transfer over to a grid. So you have to just think about it, just like she just improvised about the modes of transportation there. And sometimes 2 heads are better than 1 on this one. And you can really get creative and figure out something that would definitely fit. I have found sometimes that I can use one called interesting facts. I use that a lot, but this was a great idea, modes of transportation.
And Laura brings up a great point. So my process grid may look slightly different from yours. It may still address the standard, but I may label my attributes at the top slightly different, and that's completely okay. So we want to make sure we're addressing the standard, right? But as Laura said, sometimes we may want to add, we may be like, you know, and I'm going to show you a grid I did in a minute, which looks different, but really addresses the majority of the standard, that addresses the standard as well. Okay, so now let's look at our topics here. Okay, you're going to notice that, so the topic, our examples under here. So what were some of the examples you guys shared? And you can unmute and share, or you can type in the chat box. What were some of the examples that you guys gave me that would that we could highlight? Okay, homesteaders or Sooners. Okay, wonderful. How about another one? I see Native Americans is in there. I see slaves. Sooners. Okay, so there's our 4 examples. You guys just created a grid. Okay, so you did a awesome job with that. And that's what we're going to have you do on your own in just a moment. I'm sorry. Any questions about that process?
I just had a comment there. I saw something in the example topics from the unpacking about the Trail of Tears. And I know that in my family history, we have the Cherokee Indians in our family tree. And so wouldn't that be interesting to research about something of the Trail of Tears? So you're going to find in these standards that certain things are going to resonate with you, and you're going to have a great time researching it. I also saw the Transcontinental Railroad, and I did a paper about that one time in college. So these unpacking documents are going to spark that excitement for you, and you're going to be able to get into those topics that really interest you. And when you're excited about it, the students definitely will be excited about it.
Absolutely, great point. And we're going to see, as Laura said, you're gonna see these develop over time, and you're going to actually see one of our strategies using the Trail of Tears and a story about the Trail of Tears based on and this is a secondary unit. Laura and I try to go back and forth between elementary and secondary so that you can see what GLAD looks like in both settings. This would be, like I said, an 11th grade unit, now American History 10th or 11th grade. And so this is the grid I initially created, and you can see that it looks a little different than the one we created together. I wanted them to know where the migration was, how, which is the mode of transportation that Saul mentioned, Here's the why, the reasons for, which would include whether it was forced or voluntary. The effects, I chose the effects as the conflicts one of the effects is the conflicts that arose. Conflict is a big idea in social studies. So, or an essential question, they've changed the terms for those, but conflict was a big one. So I put conflict here, and then I had group consequences. So you can see my grid looks a little different, still addresses the standards, but it's a little different. My attributes are a little different. My groups, American Indies, I included Chinese immigrants, Mormons, and 49ers. Still addresses the standard. I chose different examples. And I will say, for those social studies people out here, people who like to teach through social studies as ESL, social studies new standards are really thematically based. And GLAD works so wonderfully in getting those themes across. No longer is it that kind of linear by date kind of process of teaching. So these grids really work well for that. I have also included the full process grid here because, quite honestly, you cannot see it all on the slide, and that is linked on your handout sheet if you want to see what the grid looks like more completely filled in. So you do have access to that. If there are no questions, we're just going to move on. You can see there the close-up view of the two filled in. So the next thing we want to do, Laura walked you through, and I'm not sure, we were not sure the familiarity that our participants would have with the ELD standards, the new ELD standards. So we're going to walk you through those standards just very quickly so you know what the parts look like. And then we're going to practice finding an ELD language expectation for our social studies process grid. Because as Laura said, remember, GLAD is the combining of the two, both language and content. So we want to make sure while we're addressing an objective for content, we're also addressing a language expectation, okay, or objective. Okay, so if we look here, this is just an example, and I want to just familiarize you with the nomenclature that you would see. So here is one of our ELD standards. The first part of the nomenclature you see is ELD. That just stands for English Language Development Standard. The next part of the nomenclature you're going to see is LA. That stands for Language Arts. You might see SS for Social Studies, or Math, or Science. The standards address science, social studies, math, English language arts, and what we call social instructional language, which would be the social language students need to function, and those would be some of the more conversational kind of language that our language learners would use. So the next thing you're going to see is the grade span. This is grades 2 to 3. Next, you're going to see what we call the key language use. And a key language use is just really a way that language is used. And so the people who created the ELD standards went through many different sets of content standards. And they looked for the predominant ways that language was used in the content standards. And they came up with 4: narrate, inform, explain, and argue. So all of our ELD standards are going to target one of these key language uses. And then the final piece of the nomenclature is what we call the communication mode. And this is just going to say whether that language expectation is interpretive or expressive. Interpretive is, for those of who are ESL folks, interpretive is what we used to call receptive. So interpretive is going to be reading and listening, information coming in. Expressive is going to be what we used to call productive, and it's going to be speaking and writing. So students are going to be producing language, and they're going to be using speech or writing to do that. Okay, so the communication mode is really just telling us, you know, how students are going to be using the language, whether it be listening, speaking, reading, or writing. Any questions about those pieces of the ELD standard?
I don't see anything at the moment.
Awesome. So what we're going to do is give you North Carolina DPI has created an absolutely awesome resource, and it's called a quick glance at the ELD standards, and it's a checklist. And so we're going to let you, we'd like to ask you to access this. It is linked on your handouts link page. So what I'd like you to do is we're going to actually look at the ELD standards. And so I'm going to ask you to click on your link, which will take you to the checklist that looks like this. And actually, if you scroll up to the very beginning page, they have made this so simple for us. They have actually linked the pieces of the document that we would need to go to find the ELD standard. So if I wanted first grade English language arts ELD standard, I would click here. If I wanted sixth grade math, I would go here. So they've made it really easy so we don't have to do a lot of scrolling, you know, up and down to find where we need to, nice, quick, and easy. So very appreciative of this resource from our Department of Public Instruction. We are going to, once we've accessed this, we are going to look for a language expectation. So in order to use our quick glance, we need to know what grade. I apologize. They have decided to speak. Okay. I am so sorry. I am just going to apologize. I'm just going to mute.
No problem, Chrissy. I can just sort of continue right here. As you're looking at that quick glance, she said those are bookmarks, which does make it very easy for us as we're trying to find those. And I have put a link to this in the chat box. So if any of you have not downloaded the technology sheet, that is a direct link to the DPI quick glance checklist in the chat. And in just a minute, I will also leave a link to our technology planning worksheet. So Chrissy, I was just saying that I left the link to the quick glance in the chat, and I'm also going to put the link to our technology links and support document in the chat.
Thank you so much. And I apologize. I knew that would happen at some point. Okay, so we were back here. The first thing we have to decide to use our quick glance is what grade level and what content. So if we're looking here, we said grade level was a 10th or 11th grade. So here's my 9th to 12th grade. And then we know we're doing social studies. So we would scroll across here to social studies, and we would click on this bookmark here. So I am just going to ask you guys to, if you've pulled up the document, to do this with me. So here we are. Now we said our key language use was what? Can you guys type in the chat box? What was our key language use?
We've got to explain.
Wonderful. So here are two explain. Now I noticed that one explain is interpretive, which is what? What language domains? Is that reading, speaking, writing, or listening? You guys type in the chat box if you remember. Listening, reading, and viewing. Yes. So this is going to be your listening and reading. Okay. This one here is expressive, which is going to be your speaking and your writing. Okay. So we have now got two possible language expectations we could create. We can choose this one or this one. If we want it to be interpretive, these are going to be our language functions down here. So we can choose a language function, a specific language function that we want to target or work with our students on. Or we might choose, if we're planning for them to do some speaking and writing in the unit, we might choose one of these. For our content teachers, you probably already have your students doing some reading and doing some writing. So you selecting one of these to focus on and target during that reading and writing is how you would incorporate. If you're an ESL teacher, you're going to do the same thing, but you might choose multiple to work on throughout your unit because you're teaching that language up. So let's take a moment and let's look at which ones do you think, and I'm going to let you take a minute, then I'm going to ask you to type in the chat box, which ones do you think you could incorporate into our process grid, that we could target into our process grid? Reading and listening, speaking and writing. Think about that. And then I just want you to type one. And you can type, if you want to shorten it so you don't have to type the entire language expectation, you could simply type interpretive and then 1, 2, or 3 for which of the language functions you like. Or you could do expressive 1, 2, 3, or 4 as opposed to typing the whole. So take a minute, take a look at that, and then I'm going to ask in just about a minute for everyone to type in interpretive and the number, or expressive and the number that you would choose to accompany our process grid.
So Chrissy, let me see if I can rephrase your question. So which language expectation would you use to fill in the process grid that you were just talking about? Is that what you want them to answer?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. I'll throw
Thank
that in
you.
the chat. All right.
Thank you. Laura's put our question. I see some people already answering. Awesome. Okay, so go ahead and type in. So you're going to type in interpretive and then the number of the language function. So interpretive 1, 2, 3, or expressive 1, 2, 3, or 4. Which one? I see. Wonderful job. Okay, so I'm seeing here. Many are saying interpretive number 2, analyzing sources for logical relationships among contributing factors, causes, and related concepts. Awesome, awesome, awesome. As a social studies teacher, I see them reading, because remember interpretive is reading or listening. I see them reading some sources that talk about the causes and the factors that contributed to these groups' movements. And that's in our chart, actually, right? That's one of our targeted areas. So awesome. I also see expressive number 3, which would say developing sound reasoning, sequences with linear and non-linear relationships, evidence, and details with pertinent information. So in our explanation, we're going to target the reasons for those movements, and we're going to make sure that our students are writing and using evidence to support their arguments, or speaking and sharing in their explanations evidence that supports those explanations. So wonderful. You guys did a great job. Great job targeting those. Are there any questions? Oops, sorry, went too fast. Any questions about how we did that? How we looked for that ELD language expectation, which is just another name for a language objective. How did we look for it? What did we use? How did we find it? What the numbers stand for? Because in just a moment, we're going to release you to do this in groups. I am not seeing any questions, which means we are probably ready to go to putting our heads together. So I'm going to turn it over to Laura at this point, and she is going to get us into the process of creating our own grids.
Okay, that sounds great. And I'm about to share my content. Hold on. And one thing I'd just like to say as we were talking about this, remember, we are the designer of the unit. And as you are thinking about these language expectations, just remember that you are in charge of how you want to bring to life these standards, whether it be that content standard or that ELD standard. And certainly you're going to be going through a lot of stages throughout the unit of your English language development language expectations. So those are you're going to be able to use more than one. You're going to use one for the early part of the unit, then you're going to shift over to another one. So we're doing a lot of interpretive listening and reading, viewing type things towards the beginning of the unit because that's our direct instruction part. And then it's going to be switching over to that more expressive part as we go throughout the unit. And the students are being able to practice orally all of those interesting vocabulary words. They're going to be experiencing those concepts throughout the unit. And then eventually, towards the end, they're going to be reading more and leading into the speaking and the writing part of it. So it is a beautiful cycle or circle of events that you're going to be designing. So it's a lot of fun, and you get to really look at these standards and say, yes, that will fit perfectly with that strategy that I want to do. So we are very excited about it. Well, put your heads together is a phrase that you hear a lot in GLAD classrooms. And what actually usually you hear it with is when the teacher is talking to the students and they're in teams. So they might be a team of 3 or 4 or that type thing. And you'll have several teams throughout the room. And so you're going to tell each team, okay, team, put your heads together. I want you to tell me, answer this question. So, and then you give them a signal word that's directly from the vocabulary list with your unit usually. But we're going to put our heads together today. You're going to think about how to tie together this content and English language development in a fun way with some of your peers right now. So it's going to be your turn let me see if I've got all this together. So in just a few minutes, we're going to put you in some breakout rooms. The group will be given a North Carolina standard. Participants will work together to identify the key elements of the process grid, just like we've been doing. You'll type in the attributes and examples. And so as you can see on the screen, we've talked about the attributes quite a bit coming straight from the standard. And then you have to think of examples of that. All right, so we've talked about that. And I will place the breakout room instructions and links in the chat box right now. I'm going to just drop that in. Just a second. Okay, so those are the directions. And we will make this available on the slide too, but I want to go to it right now so you'll see what I'm talking about. This is the breakout room instructions and links. You're going to be able to select the breakout room that best describes your teaching context. Now, if you're like me and you do a little bit of everything, just choose one. So in breakout room number 1, we've got elementary, mainly kindergarten through 2nd. Breakout room 2, elementary 3-5. Then we've got secondary ELA is in room 3, secondary math 4, secondary social studies 5, and science in room number 6. So once you get into your breakout rooms in just a few minutes, you're going to create a process grid. You'll click on that link and follow these directions to be able to create your process grid together. You're going to identify Well, it looks like that's for meeting 2, so I don't want to get into that too deeply, right, Chrissy? Okay, so we're going to project, and I've showed you what you're going to do for this part on the process grid. Do we have any questions so far?
I'm not seeing any in the chat box.
Okay. All right, so you're going to choose your breakout room, enter the breakout room with the number of the content of your choice.
Laura, you might want to actually click on the document they're going to use in their breakout rooms and just kind of walk them through the structure of it.
Was it different than the one I just did?
Yes, it's the link on the handout you just showed.
Okay, hold on. Go back. Sorry, I've got some type of, here we go. So we're talking about this one, right?
Yes, if you'll look at that first bullet where it says presentation link here, if you'll just click on that and let them see what that looks like so they know where they're supposed to type and add their grid.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right, just a second. All right. Good. So once you get into this, if you've chosen room 1, which is the elementary K2, then you're going to come up to this particular card, I guess you could say. And the unpacking is linked here. So you would just open up this 2nd grade math standard and scroll down. And she said it was on page 9 and 10. All right. So this is the particular math standard that she's working with there in that one. Let me see if I can get back to the page I was on before. Just one second. And then right after that is the slide that you have to be able to create the process grid for that standard. All right, so you're going to be filling in your, like if you had attribute 1, you would be filling in from the standard what that attribute might be. So if we're looking at the standard, demonstrate fluency with addition and subtraction within 20, so that means numbers 1 to 20. Using mental strategies. So this standard right here, you would be choosing an attribute from that. I'm sorry, give me just one second. Chrissy, can you just help me? Is there any other part that I need to explain? The next slide, maybe?
Yeah, Laura. So the next slide is actually, you're not going to complete that this time. You're only going to complete the process grid. So you'll look at the first slide for your standard, the unpacking document, and then on slide 2, the slide directly behind the content standard, you'll actually type in your attributes from the standard and your examples, okay? And then the third slide you want access this time. We'll come back to that when we do breakout rooms the second time.
Okay.
And
Awesome.
then Laura, if you'll just scroll through and let them see how each breakout room has a separate slide. So like there's elementary grades 3-5 with the grid behind it. Thank you for doing that. I just didn't want there to be confusions when they went into the breakout room.
No problem. So secondary English language arts teachers would see this particular standard, and here's their grid where they would be typing in. And then secondary math, and let's see, their grid is there. Secondary social studies and secondary science. Perfect. So we get to capture all of this great thinking in one Google Slides presentation, which is nice. Okay, let me get back to the slides. WebEx likes to cover up some of this. Just one second. All right. So now you're going to choose your breakout room, and I have to deploy that, right, Chrissy?
I was just gonna say, I will deploy them and just tell me when you're ready.
Yes, I'm ready now.
And just a reminder, you'll go to your panel that has participants. Once you click on the participant panel, you should see at the very top, it says breakout sessions have started. And then you'll click show all breakout sessions, and you will enter the breakout session that best fits your context, your teaching context. One of the questions is, how much time do you have to work on this? I think we said 10 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, so you can go ahead and head to your breakout rooms, and we'll be popping in and out to support.
So return at 11:21. Okay, so hopefully you all were able to talk to different ones of your peer group and get some great ideas. It looked like secondary social studies was on fire from what I could see. And it's very fun to do this content. Let's see. Let me see if I can pull that up so that we can look at those really quickly. Okay. No. I think I'm having a little technical difficulty here.
Or if you go back, yeah, I was gonna say it's back there.
Yeah. Here we go. All right. So as you can see, we've got the K2 standard here, and probably we're just working on that grid. A possibility from this standard to think about for attributes from this standard might be something like paired by twos, two equal groups, equation, even or odd number, and justify your choice for odd or even. Those could be some possible attributes there. And then some examples for the grid might be something like even numbers for that math grid. All right, and I'm going to go on to the elementary 3-5. And this group chose to look at the liquid, solid, and gas as their examples. That's great. And they're using shape, melting point, volume, interesting facts as some of the attributes. So you can see that that's coming straight from the standard there. Good. Secondary ELA. They have chosen this standard right here about craft and structure. And they've chosen literal meaning, figurative meaning, connotative. They've started filling in some of those attributes there. It takes a while to translate sometimes from that standard over to the grid, and that's totally understandable. Okay, secondary math, ratio concepts and reasoning. Some possibilities that this could have been might be something like the attributes might be something like word form, ratio forms, fraction form, rate, equal ratios, that type of thing. Of course, secondary math is not my cup of tea, but those are some choices there. Secondary social studies, they have gone to town over here. They have chosen explain how slavery, xenophobia, and disenfranchisement and intolerance have affected individual and group perspectives of themselves as Americans. Great job. And so they've taken those words slavery, xenophobia, disenfranchisement, and intolerance as their attributes. And then they've chosen as their examples Native Americans, African Americans, Chinese immigrants, and so forth. Great job, social studies group. Secondary science, we've got processes, structures, and functions of living organisms. Ooh, look at this. Beautiful job. So attributes, we've got compare structures and functions, general functions in the human body, cell functions, how multicelled organisms are organized. Attribute 5 haven't been filled in yet, but that's perfectly understandable. 10 minutes and you've already gotten this far? Great job. And look at the examples, single-celled organisms, plant cells, animal cells. That's exactly what we're looking for, everybody. Nice job. All right. Let me jump back into the presentation here for a moment. Chrissy, did I leave anything out?
I don't think so. I want to say that even though some of the groups may not have actually gotten the grids up, as I popped into groups, lots of good conversation and just trying to work through what goes there. And some of these content standards are difficult if you're not if you don't have content knowledge from that area. Like math is generally not my area. But I've learned to work with it a little bit. So just celebrate all the work that was done in the breakout rooms. There was lots of work going on, lots of applying information. So thank you for your hard work.
Great job. All right, so let's look at a few math process grids. Let me turn off so I don't get off echo here. Sorry. All right. Math can sometimes be tricky to place in a process grid. So let's look at a few examples to give you a better idea of what one might look like. This is a process grid for 8th grade math science on a standard on translations. Notice that the attributes here are definition, real world examples, congruent or similar, and explanation. Sometimes in math, you have to think about different attributes, additional attributes that clarify meaning for students and not just the computation or standard elements. The examples are types of transformational translations, rotations, reflections, and dilations. Okay, so that's very high level for me, but I believe that is a lovely math process grid. Here's another example. This process grid, oh, we're going to have to stop for lunch. You're exactly right. Someone brought that to my attention, and I think you're exactly right. We will come back to this in just a few. After we return from lunch, let me get it in the right spot. So it's 11:30 now, and what we're going to do right now is give you an hour for lunch. So if you'll hop back on at 12:30 with us, we will continue our wonderful exploration of the process grid and building those out. We want to give you a solid foundation on that. So please take your hour and enjoy yourselves. And we will see you back at 12:30.
Have a great lunch, guys.
Okay. All right, so welcome back, everyone. There may be a few people that are still finishing up from lunch, and that's fine. I'm just going to go ahead and go back in the presentation to where we left off, which was talking about, we were talking about a math grid. Just one second, let me get back on that slide. So we were talking about a math grid, then we moved on to talking about, I don't think we covered that part, did we, Chrissy? Okay, I think we were right here about the language arts grid. And you can see in this example, oh, I lost my place. I'm sorry, just a minute. Let's see. Math standard expressive language. All right. Must have gone to this one. Okay, so language arts process grids often look a little different than science and social studies. In many cases, the examples that illustrate the attributes of the standard are text, such as short stories, poems, or excerpts. So in our first example, the examples are a text set, and the attributes come from the standard. Students explore theme, analyze its emergence and development, as well as provide text evidence. Dr. Stacy Daniel from NCDPI created this process grid example. Our second example was created by two high school ELA teachers, Judy Weaver and Dawn Bavier. I hope I pronounced that correctly. This process grid attributes are several themes in Julius Caesar. The examples are characters that show these themes within the text. So you can see that the different characters like Brutus, Cassius, Mark Antony, those are the examples, and they are analyzing the attributes of ambition, betrayal, manipulation, and so forth. Great. These examples of language arts process grids should help you envision GLAD's use in an ELA class. And now let's try to identify which bullet under the ELD standard supports it. Look at this expressive standard. Which language function would you select and why? Enter your response in the chat box, 1, 2, or 3. Would anyone like to unmute and share their reasoning? It's 1, 2, 3, or 4, I think, because we've got 4 bullets. All righty. Okay, Chris is saying 2, bullet 2, develop and describe characters and their relationships. Absolutely. Are there any other ideas? Multiple answers can be correct here. Heather and Melissa are saying 2. Definitely. Could be 3 as well. 3 is develop story, including themes with complication and resolution, time and event sequences. Absolutely. Good. Great. Thank you for participating on that. So some activities that you could do to develop this standard, let me go back, are in groups, students could share a personal story and group members could identify a theme and the complications and resolution in the story. Or students could choose their favorite movie and identify its theme and its complications, events, and resolution. Students could write a story that includes these elements and exchange with a partner to identify the elements of the standard. So those are some examples. All right. Okay, and now I'd like to show you another process grid that displays or features the visual arts. So the visual arts standard that's being used here is create art using a variety of tools, media, and processes safely and appropriately. So when I was thinking about how does visual arts tie into ELD, and the thing that kind of sparked my interest here was a variety of media, because um, within that first grade visual arts standard, it says that you can use the processes of drawing, painting, weaving, printing, stitchery, collage, mixed media, sculpture, and ceramics to create art. And it made me think of Eric Carle, because, all of us are probably familiar with the Very Hungry Caterpillar. And his process of creating those illustrations was to paint the tissue paper with the different hues and textures of a color. And then he would piece those and glue those into a collage. So that was sort of my starting point for this process grid. And you can see where I kind of took the columns or the attributes from the standard. So the tools, the media, the processes, and then I put famous books and interesting facts just because it lent itself to that in my mind about how I would, show that with students. And then my different examples were different children's book illustrators that I really like their illustrations. So I've got Eric Carle, Grace Lynn, Robert McCloskey, Leonard Weisgard. Some of those very famous children's books were what came to mind. And the reason why we're showing you these from different content areas is to show you how it doesn't matter what the content area is. It's that you can use that and tie that into the English language development standard. So the one that I would use with this one, you can see that it is the ELD social and instructional language for kindergarten through third grade. And the key use here is narrate. So these bullets show that you could share ideas about lived experiences and previous learning, connect stories with images and representations to add meaning, to ask questions about what others have shared, recount and restate ideas. So what I want you to do right now is tell me in the chat box or unmute, what activity in the classroom could you do to tie this ELD standard with our process grid here? I'll give you a minute to think about that. Okay, well, some people may not be back from lunch yet. We might have some that are taking care of some things. That's totally fine. An idea that I had, if we want students to share their ideas, maybe they could play around with making their own stories and illustrating them using the different processes and media and tools that these illustrators used. So, getting them to maybe share a page from a book that they really like, and have the students ask questions to them as the expert on that particular illustrator. I see that some ideas have come in. Rachel says students can make a drawing of the character and tell their own story about that character from the book. Absolutely. Okay, so that would tie into where they would be connecting to those stories with images and representations. Very good. Stephanie's saying create an art project and show how you made it. Absolutely. That would be a lot of fun. Like take pictures along the way and create a slideshow, or in Book Creator. Create a summary of a story they read with pictures to retell it. Absolutely. And that makes me think of the narrative input strategy that we'll share with you in the next couple days. Play 21 questions for number 3. Ask questions about what others have shared. I like that, Rachel. That's fun. Absolutely. Great ideas. Next, this is a process grid, and what I had in mind was to focus in on, as an ESL teacher, which most of us are, the new standards for ELD. This is a social and instructional standard that I decided to think about. So it's in the light blue box. It says define and classify objects or concepts, describe characteristics, patterns, or behavior. And what I had in mind here were some of our multilingual newcomers. So when we get newcomers into our school, you know, they need to learn the names of places in school, people at the school, things that they'll be, you know, coming in contact with, activities that they'll be doing, words and phrases that they'll be using frequently, and maybe some interesting facts as well. So what I did was I just thought about, you know, what would it be that a newcomer would need to know? And I thought, well, let's think about school areas. Well, there's the classroom, the cafeteria, the gym, the office, the hallway, and then crisscross that with the people they need to know about, the things, activities, words, phrases, and interesting facts. And I thought that would be very beneficial for newcomers. And I know that when I was at Carolina TESOL last November, we had a speaker that was from South Carolina, and she would actually make a book with real pictures from her school, and she would print those out and make a book that the newcomer would have to write in the names of things, to be able to make notes. And I thought, what a great idea, because that's like their roadmap to school. You know, what can I say? Well, let me copy that down in English. Let me write it in my language. Let me do a sketch that will make sense to my brain. And we talk a lot about that with GLAD a lot, the sketches that mean something to me. And so when the students are able to really tie into your content and make meaningful connections, then they're going to be empowered and they will be able to excel in your class. Okay, just one second. Now it's your turn. We're going to take about 5 minutes to rejoin your breakout room groups. You're going to identify an ELD standard to match your content standard in the process grid you created. Now, this was before lunch. Use your quick glance ELD standard checklist to identify an expressive ELD standard and language function. Explain why you selected this standard and list some classroom activities that you might incorporate into your lesson to target the ELD standard. I'll place the breakout room instructions and links in the chat box now. Please pull up this document now so that you will have everything you need for the activity in your breakout room. All right, so I'll place that into the chat. Oh, Chrissy's already beat me to it. She's so good.
Yeah, we just put that in there.
All right. And then when we have everybody has that link pulled up, we will go into our breakout rooms. And remember to go back to the one you were in previously. So while we're working on breakout rooms, just keep this question in mind, that you're going to want to identify the expressive ELD standard. So we're talking about what the students will do in writing and in speaking to go along with your process grid. And then you can think of some classroom activities that you could apply to that process grid. Okay, I see that everyone has returned back to the room now. And for sake of time, I'm just going to share right here with the secondary science, because they were able to fill out the ELD language expectation and so forth. So their content standard was summarize information from charts and graphs regarding layers of the atmosphere, temperature, chemical composition, and interaction with radiant energy. And so they picked their ELD expectation was develop reasoning to illustrate or predict the relationships between variables in a system or between components of a system. So that does fit beautifully. And the classroom idea they have is draw the layers of the atmosphere, add in information from notes with words and pictures, put into groups of 3 to speak about what needs to go into which layer and how to illustrate those meanings. And that is a great idea. I think you also might enjoy the pictorial input chart that we're going to be talking about during this webinar. And that would be a great way to showcase that. And thank you for all of your hard work on that. I'm going to go back to the presentation now. And just ask if you have some questions about the process grid. Do we have any concerns? Would you like to unmute or type in the chat?
Laura, I'll let you know when I see something in the chat.
Okay. So at this point, we are going to be giving you some work time. I'm going to go on to that slide. Of course, let us know if you have questions before we release to work time. You'll be able to ask us questions in the main room. We'll be here during this time to help you. We'll be popping in and out of the breakout rooms, and we'll put some directions here on this page in just a few minutes. So what we're going to do, this is kind of what we like to do after we present a chunk of information. We like to give you some work time to think about what we've just talked about and be able to create your own process grid. So before we get into that, I do want to show you, we've got some feedback documents. We've got one for elementary, which I'll be facilitating, and one for secondary that Chrissy will be facilitating. And this is optional, of course. If you want us, if you're kind of stuck and you want us to look it over and give you some feedback, you just type into this document your name, the link to whatever it is you're working on. It might be a Google Doc. Make sure that you shared it to where we can go in and edit, and we will type in, we won't change anything, but we'll type in our feedback there. If you have any questions, document that right there. And you can also allow us to put our feedback right there on that particular document as well. Okay, so that we will put those in the chat for you to be able to see those. And then we're also going to share with you the planning document. When you open this up, it's going to say make a copy. So just click on that. And you can go up here and you can, you know, put your name on it. Like I would put Van Camp Glad Backwards document. And then you're going to start filling this in. And this is where you could create your process grid if you wanted to. Later on in the training, once we've talked in depth about these other strategies like observation charts and so on, this is where you could plan for those. So we'll be returning to this document later on, but right now what we would like for you to do is to try to work on your process grid, pick out your content standard that you'd like to address and your ELD standard. And if you don't have the links right now, we can put the link to the technology sheet that we've prepared that has everything on it. So what you'll be doing is you can just type right over this. So your attribute number 1 You could put people, you could put places, whatever it is, and start working on your process grid. You do not have to fill in all of these cells, right away. It would be good if you started researching, if you have time, start researching, what facts you might want to put within your cells. And of course, you could definitely work as a group on this. If you can work individually or you can work as a group and put your names there and what standards you're addressing. Are there any questions about that so far?
Oh, Laura, I don't see any questions. I did put the handout link in there again so everybody could access the documents. Do you want to just share also, show really quickly how to share the document with us? If you put the document on the feedback column that Laura was showing you so that we can give feedback to you. We often have problems with people forgetting to share the document with us, so we can't access it. So Laura, maybe would you just walk people through that?
Yeah, I'd be glad to. So let's say that this is my document that I am going to be working on. This is my planning document. Well, what I would do once I got, some information on here, I'd go up to the blue share button. And then I would go down here where it says restricted. And I would click anyone with the link. And then over here with viewer, do editor. And then done. And then you go up here and highlight that, Control C or copy. And then you can paste that into this cell right here. That way we can click on that and go to that, go to your document. Okay, it's not showing as a, here we go. Okay, so when I click on this, it's going to take me to my document. All right. Everybody clear on how to do that?
I don't see any questions in the handbook, in the chat box. So thank you for sharing that. And also, guys, just remember, you have access to us multiple ways. So as you're making your grid, you have access to the feedback. Laura and I will be on the main screen here for questions through the chat box or through unmuting. And if you want to work with the group, you can go into the breakout rooms and have each other to collaborate with. Some of you were in breakout rooms of one before, just because you may be the only person from that content area. Please feel free to join others. So if you want to collaborate, please feel free to, if you're a secondary ELA teacher, but nobody was in your room, feel free to jump into a room that has other participants so you can participate in that collaboration. And also, as the grid, we do want you to, for as far as filling in the grid, if you can make sure you at least get the first row of the process grid completed. The first row of the process grid is where our other strategies are going to come from. So if you're unable to get the whole grid filled in, which is likely given our amount of time, you could just get that first column of, first row, the first row, the first example done across, because we're going to use that information for each component strategy that we move forward with.
Sounds good. So we have here the breakout rooms, just to remind you again of which room we're in. And I'll put, oh, excuse me. So let's see, right now it's 1:04. Chrissy, 2 o'clock. Okay, we'll give you till 2 o'clock.
In my attributes, can those be like questions, like almost not essential questions, not because they're not hypotheses? It's like in science, you have to explain why and how something happens. So I
Mhm.
find that when I'm working on this standard, I just want to ask the question, how? So like, how does air move? How does weather happen? How do winds blow? Those are all the things that I have to cover in explain the formation of typical air masses and the weather systems that result from air mass interactions.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, you definitely can do those short question words like that. We've seen that before.
Okay. I just
Uh,
want to make sure that that was like
if
a
it
decent
lends
practice.
to that better.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Mhm.
Excuse me. Theoretically, these process grids, they
Mhm.
should work for every thing that you teach, or is
Yes.
it, I mean, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Now we're thinking about like big ideas. So like if you were looking at a curriculum in their scope and sequence, this would be like the units.
Right. So I guess because again, so I filled out what I thought were my attributes, which I told you were those how questions. And then I started to fill out my um I don't know, whatever's on the y-axis.
Examples.
So
Uh-huh.
and when I did that, I was thinking about, because this really is talking about air masses, and there's different
Mhm.
kinds of air masses that lead to different kinds of weather fronts, why we have, cold weather and rain and stuff like that.
Mhm.
But then when I'm going across to fill in the information that I need to cover,
Mhm.
like I don't I don't know how to do that. That's the part. So if you were looking at what I have in front of me, I have how does air move? That's one of the attributes. And then the examples are like in a warm air mass and a cold air mass. Now, I also have cold fronts and warm fronts and occluded fronts, because those are other things that make weather systems happen,
Mhm.
but they don't necessarily have to do specifically with, it would be repetitive, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Because
Yes.
air,
Okay. That probably means your focus is narrow. Give me the grade level and of your science standard.
it's secondary earth and environmental science.
Okay, just 1 second.
And I'm trying to base this off of, so you were showing the other like social studies and language arts, even in the secondary unpacked standards,
Mhm.
and our unpacked are not nearly as detailed as everyone else's.
Oh,
So that's
okay.
why, yeah. So if you go, I'm working specifically, my next unit is EEN 2.5.2.
2.5.2. I'm looking at it.
Okay.
Explain the formation of typical air masses and the weather systems that result from air mass interactions.
And that's the unpacked part of it.
Mhm. That's
That's
the
not
big
even the
standard.
standard.
Yeah, could we go back to the big standard?
I mean, we can, but isn't that even more finite? So
No, that would be making our focus wider. So are you saying that you've already taught point one and point two? I mean, at
oh,
point one and you're at point two now?
no, what I did is so I'm in one of the rooms that's all by myself. And the reason that the science standard looked the way that it did is because I did it on one of my standards, because I also am only an earth science teacher. I never took biology. I'm not a general science. And
Mhm.
so I just did that first process grid
Mhm.
on 2.5.1.
Okay.
And so I already have a process grid for that one. And then
Okay.
I was, and it's very different than, so I guess if anything, I could combine sorry, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4.
Yeah. That's where you want to go. You want to go back to your big standard, understand the structure of and processes within our atmosphere. So that's going to be your overarching standard that you'll base your process grid on.
Okay.
And then you can hit on point 1, point 2, point 3, point 4 within your unit.
Okay. Okay.
Mhm. Yes.
All right. That'll help. Thank
So I think your attributes are probably going to come from your big standard with, and you're going to have to be creative to come up with several.
But I could, because I could use like one of my attributes could be air masses. One of them could be storms. One could be weather maps and data. Or I could, reading weather maps or something like that, right?
Yeah, you could see, to me, what you're just saying is like the rows. But your
Not, oh, those
columns,
aren't the column. Okay.
your columns are going to intersect whatever. I think you're going to get what I'm saying. Whatever your columns and rows, whatever those intersections are that produce the most varied results is what you want.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Sometimes you have to think it over quite a bit.
Right.
Like, what is it that how am I able to do point 1, 2, 3, and 4? And it's sort of like my plant unit, because the overarching thing was plant survival. Okay. Well, then there's these 4 specific areas about this standard of the atmosphere. So,
So each of those are going to be my rows. And then what do I have to teach about each of those rows? Those are my attributes.
you could do that.
Okay.
You could certainly do it that way. Now, if you start getting into it and you're like, this is just not working, you could flip it, and see if there are things that you are looking for in the standard, like, for example, structure. For example, process of formation, process of, let's see, what else could you do? Interactions. Let's see, weather predictions. Maybe those could be attributes, and then your examples of those.
So can I ask, I'm going to ask a very frank question. Is that okay? I'm not doubting what's going on. I'm just trying to wrap my brain around it.
Yeah.
So, because I had said to Chrissy, this is basically, to me, what this feels like, or what I'm understanding is that this is a lesson plan, right? So this is just a different way of lesson planning that's making you look specifically at, specifically at your standards, which I already do standard-based lesson plans, but I can try it. I'm trying to do it this different way. How is this, in the end, the way that I'm doing this lesson plan, how does this help my MLs?
Well, this is more like a unit plan. So there's going to be, within that process grid, you're going to have a lot of information. And when we jump into component 1, 2, 3, and 4, you'll see that we have strategies that you're going to choose to showcase different parts of your process grid. And then by the end of the unit, the students are going to know the facts that are within your process grid. And that's going to be sort of your assessment. You're going to be able to see how much they understand of the entire unit. So it's not just a lesson plan.
Got it.
It's way bigger than that.
So now it's making me think that my first one that I did probably isn't going to work for.
But it was necessary for the process of getting where you need to go.
Okay. Okay.
So it's not in vain.
Got it. So I'll leave it. I'm not gonna scrap it and start over. Maybe it'll be a lesson learner.
Right. It's getting your brain wrapped around this different way of thinking. And what you're describing is exactly what the rest of us have gone through. I mean, I remember Chrissy, when we were at our first training, she was trying to do a really hard math standard, and she's not a math teacher. I was like, Chrissy, get to social studies, something you can understand better.
You can get, right?
And we weren't even into the ELD standards at that time. We were just trying to tie together ELA and content
Okay.
and stuff. But she nearly cried. I mean, she was just so frustrated, but that frustration is important and it's part of the process. We don't want you to be frustrated though, but I'm so glad you asked this question because it's showing me that you're really thinking about it and wanting to get into it. And you may revise your process grid once you see some other things within the training. We don't expect everybody to be finished. It's very rare that people have it nailed down at this point.
Okay. All right, good. Then I'm gonna work to make my mistakes if I have to.
Absolutely. That's the way we get there.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Hi, Laura. Can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
So I kind of did my my grade.
Uh-huh.
I did it with the essential standard of 4L2. Understand food and the benefits of vitamins, minerals, and the exercise.
Yeah, I've used
Yeah.
that before.
Okay, so what I did is I did the grid and then I put at the top food. Let me go back to my table because uh, food, uh, food and body energy as the unit name,
Mhm.
and then I did benefit of vitamins, benefit of minerals, benefit of exercise, example of foods, and example of non-foods, and then going down, I put proteins, fruits, vegetables, dairy, and grains.
Uh-huh.
That looks okay because I'm having also trouble, but I'm trying to get into using everything that is in the standard.
I see. Okay. Tell me again which standard would that be under health or science? I can't remember.
Science
Science. And what grade level?
fourth grade.
Fourth science. Hold on one second. Let me just get that in front of me. That'll help me a lot. So I want let me search for that. North Carolina science.
And I'm trying to do this because I'm an ESL teacher and I'm trying to put a lot of vocabulary and it helps me with food and non-food. So I can put a lot of things related to food and non-food.
Exactly.
So
I remember when I was working on that particular standard, I also ran into some, kind of I don't know, I kind of had to think about it a lot to get it. Here, I've got it. Understand food and the benefits of vitamins, minerals, and exercises. So I'm looking at that fourth grade standard. So understand food and the benefits of vitamins, minerals, and exercise. So I wrote down what you said. Sometimes the vitamins and the minerals don't really give you a lot of information separated. So you might want to combine that
okay.
into, I would suggest combining those two together. Let me look up, I would love to look up that. I called my unit like that healthy me. And I would just let me look up. Hope this doesn't mess up my WebEx thing. If I can look up that unit, it's just on a different Google Drive.
Because I wanted to choose a specific food for each group, like maybe, I don't know, a special meat, like for the protein, I can choose fish and then find what amount of vitamins and minerals, and if it's food or non-food, and what is the other one? Hold on, let me go back. Uh,
Benefits of exercise.
that's the problem over there. What is
Yeah.
she's not gonna exercise?
Yeah, that doesn't really
Doesn't make sense right
doesn't
there.
really fit. I understand that.
So and then I can get rid of that part, the exercise part.
Yeah, what you may want to think about is maintaining a healthy body. I think that's where I had to go with it. To maintain a healthy body, we
Mhm.
need all of these things.
Okay.
Okay. So, because if you go so narrow with your protein, vegetable, fruit, dairy, grains, you're going to get a very small set of information.
That's what I did. Protein. That way I can put some examples of food and non-food that we can use.
Mm-hmm.
But for vitamins and minerals, it will be way too much.
Yes. Because you got so many vitamins and minerals
Exactly.
within. I'd like to see how I cannot mess with this computer or because it was too hard to get on WebEx today.
I know. And what I'm trying to do is to incorporate what is in the standard, the vocabulary that is in the standard. So,
I think what you might want to think about again is from the standard, it talks about maintaining a healthy body.
okay.
So when you think about a student that's being healthy, what choices are they making? They are choosing to exercise daily. You could talk about the parts of the body that are included. Like I talked about the circulatory system,
Okay.
about the heart, and about heart rate. I talked about other body systems. So you could find the standard for that and also add that in, and that's totally fine. If you look at the 5th grade standard,
Mhm.
let's see, I thought healthy body was in there, but it may not be. Let me check here. Is it in? Energy. Force. Oh, it's 3rd grade. Okay, understand human body systems and how they are essential for life, protection, movement, and support, different functions of the skeletal and muscular system, and why skin is necessary for protection and for the body to remain healthy. So you could combine those two standards together, that 3rd and 4th together.
Mhm.
And this is like, I know we haven't talked about this strategy yet, but it's called a pictorial input chart. And it's a visual. And I had a little boy that was running,
Okay.
and I had different parts of him labeled. What's happening when he's being healthy? What is he eating? What is he choosing to do as far as exercise? How much exercise a day is necessary? When he's eating, what are healthy foods that help him to be healthy? And you can kind of get into the vitamins, minerals, your different food groups and carbs and proteins, fats, that type of thing. So you can,
the table might be okay, just adding that standard to be able to
To-
enter that information.
yes, I would change, I would actually change this because I think that your cross section of information is still going to be too narrow. What I might suggest
Mhm.
is, and of course you don't have to do this, but for the whole thing, if I would think about a healthy body, and then I might across the top, I
Mhm.
might have food, and you can drill down into the food thing more deeply with your non-food examples, all of that can still be captured in that group.
Mhm.
And food for one column, exercise for one column. And then if you're going back to the body system, you could do skeletal and muscular for
Together.
one. And then maybe like you could do protection, movement, and support,
Mhm.
essential for life. This is what I do. I think about those words. What words are big? Like you can get a lot of information about protection. What protects us when we're healthy? A helmet. What
Mhm.
protects our body? Our skin. What protects? So that word is very important. So maybe instead of skeletal, muscular, I might do protection, and you can really get into different things with that.
Mhm.
Movement, that could be with exercise, maybe. See where I'm going with this? Where
Yeah.
you can kind of now, and then our rows
Mhm.
could be, oh, wow, what will we do there? That's hard.
It
These
is.
process grids, can really be challenging, but it's okay. We can figure it out.
That's
Come
why
back.
I was trying to choose like a protein and choose one food and then go over to vitamins, minerals, and what else? Oh my gosh, I keep forgetting what I put into it. And if it's an example of food or non-food,
Mm-hmm.
and then if the kids will benefit or the person will benefit of doing exercise after eating that food. But I know it's kind of difficult.
You've
Actually,
also got energy in here.
that's what and that's my thing. Do we have to choose each one of the words or most of the words that are in the standard, or we can just pick and choose whatever we think is gonna fit into our grid?
Choose what's going to fit into your grid, but the strategies that you use, you can blend in the rest of it.
Okay.
So for example, I did a unit one time and I was like, but there's this one part of the standard I'm not talking about in the process grid. And another trainer said, it's okay. Use it in your narrative input or use it in something else that's going to support your big book or one of the strategies, and you can blend it in that way.
Okay. Yeah, because that was my big question. Because I was like, I need to, I might need to incorporate everything, but I might need not to do it. So that was my question. So I need to go back and redo it and then adjust.
Yes. Go back and think about it again. See if you want to blend those two standards together to
What
get
is
a broader focus.
Can you tell me the other standard? What is the number?
The other standard is third grade, so it's 3.L.1.
Okay. So
Understand human body systems.
okay, I will try to combine those two and work in
I
a
want to
group.
share that grid with you though. What's your name?
Rosalba,
Salva. Okay, beautiful name.
thank you.
I will get that if I can't do it today because my computers are set up on a different Google account. Tonight, I will pull that entire unit and you might love it or you might say, not really, but it's my work, so you can use it if you want to.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll try to do everything I can to get that to you tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks.
So I hope all of you were having some positive experiences. I know that some folks that I was helping, when you get into these standards, sometimes it doesn't fit as neatly into a grid as you would like. But hopefully we were able to talk about how you can weave in those pieces of the standard that maybe you weren't able to in the process grid by adding other strategies. So we'll be talking more about that as we go along. Definitely send us your questions, put them on the parking lot, send us an email, whatever you need to do, unmute. If you've got a burning question right now, let me know. Otherwise, I will go ahead and start with our component 1, which is focus and motivation. So focus and motivation is the part of GLAD where we start. And basically, we are getting, it's just exactly the way it says, we're getting students to focus on what it is that they're about to embark on. We're going on an adventure together. We're going to explore something new. We want to motivate them to be able to take part in this journey. And we don't want to give too much information away. So that's an important part of focus and motivation. A lot of teachers like me, like us, we want to front load. We want to, we're going to be doing the planets, and here's all the names of the planets, and this is everything you need to know about the planets before we even get started. And I know that's very tempting as a teacher, but try not to do that. In this particular component, we're going to be talking about observation charts, inquiry charts, which you've already had a little experience with, and the teacher-made big books. And we'll be showing you how you can use these particular strategies in the beginning part of your unit. So once you've got your process grid and you know where your unit is going, we're going to show you through 4 components over the today and tomorrow what strategies you may want to choose from. It's not that you have to do all of these, but you certainly could. But you just think about which of these strategies really resonates with you and with your content. And then think about how you can weave that in to your unit. So don't be overwhelmed. Sometimes it's easy to be that way when you want everything perfect. And I know that perfectionist tendency is out there, just like I've had too. But just relax and we'll get through the components and then it'll be more clear. So observation charts are exactly what you would think. You're going to have a chart of like a large piece of construction paper. And then you're going to have some real photographs. You're going to start, as you're working with your unit, you're going to start collecting photographs. So if I went back to my plant survival unit, these 2 charts would be coming from the succulents row, which is on the left, the cactus, the different cactus groups. And then on the right side, you'll see that that is the tropicals plant group. So there's like on the left, the saguaro cactus and different hens and chicks, and you could certainly put aloe in that category. On the right, you'll see the pineapple, the hibiscus, the bromeliad, the passion fruit flower, the orchids, those air plants. Those are beautiful examples of the tropicals category. So in your unit, the things that are sort of grouped together like that, those are the ones that you would put together on your observation charts. And the rationale or behind this strategy is basically building consensus among students by talking with each other. And what we mean by that is the real thing that's going on here with students is they're going around in pairs or triads or small groups, and they're looking at these observation charts that are laid out around the room. Sometimes you might want to tape them up on the walls and the doors. You might want to put them down on the tables. I've done them all kinds of different ways. But in the very beginning of the unit, you're going to be distributing these observation charts. You're also going to put a piece of blank, unlined white paper next to them. And then you're going to give each little group of students one pencil. And that pencil, just one of them, is so that they have to share it. One person gets to write at one station, then they take turns. And what we want them to do is to talk with each other about what they see. And they're going to make their observations. So they're going to think about, I wonder this, I see this, I think this. And this is their exploration time. So you're presenting to them, here's cactus. Okay, well, I don't know much about those. Or that kind of looks like a pineapple. I don't know what those other things are. And that's exactly what we want. So the students will walk around together. They'll talk to one another. If they both speak another language together, they can certainly communicate in the native language. They can write words or they can write sketches. If they're not able to communicate in English. And this creates those opportunities for academic discourse, that comprehensible output. It's going to draw on their prior knowledge. So if they've seen cactus before, they know maybe that these are grown in the desert. They don't need a lot of water. And as the kids are going around, this really lowers that affective filter because they don't feel threatened. They feel comfortable with peers and they are actively participating and they are promoting their language use, and also that sketching is drawing meaning and connecting meaning in their brain. And these visual prompts also promote thinking about the unit. So normally we do 6 to 8 of these observation charts. You do about 4 to 6 pictures on the construction paper. And you want to make sure that you use authentic pictures, no clip art or cartoons, unless those are very specific areas within ELA. Sometimes we've had to have something like that just to represent different ideas. But if you're doing like, for example, this type of unit, you would want to use the real authentic pictures. And they can sketch or write their observations, predictions, or questions. And definitely don't tell them the main idea of the unit is, you don't want to do that. You want them to start coming to those conclusions. And if they ask you those questions, just say, well, I want you to think about that right now. Why don't you talk to your friends about that? And try to not reveal that information. All right. And this is a picture of some of my students working on observation charts. And this particular unit was about oceans. And so I think on that one, they were looking at different sea creatures on there. And they were drawing and writing and sketching and have a wonderful time. Here's a secondary example that Chrissy is going to tell us about now. So over to you, Chrissy.
Okay. So I'll take over the
She's
screen.
going to cross over in just a second. And you'll see that these strategies are extremely good for any age. You just sometimes have different content. And so I'm going to let Chrissy go from here.
Can you hear me, Laura?
I can.
Okay, I do not know what has happened to my WebEx screen, but we're just going to go with it. So, this is an example of a civil rights unit that I did. I'm not sure if Laura, I think she mentioned that the charts each chart represents either, you can use your examples. So you would have 5 charts and there would be a chart that would represent each example, or you could have a chart that represented one of each of the attributes at the top. So for my civil rights unit, there was who, what, when, where, and why were the attributes. And I looked at different aspects of the civil rights movement. So this first chart you see here was the why. Why did the civil rights movement happen? And then the second one was the where were inequalities existing. So you see schools and the housing market and on buses. So that's just an example, a secondary example of what it might look like. Are there any questions, Laura?
I don't see any on the screen. I know that you probably can't tell this, Chrissy, but it's not in presentation mode.
Oh, okay. So let me see here.
WebEx always brings challenges to our lives, and this is one of them. Sometimes when you're presenting, you can't see what the participants see unless you have another screen. So she's making that adjustment. There you go.
Thank you so much. I apologize. It got hidden for a moment and I couldn't find it, but I have found it. So if there are no questions about that, we are going to, and I don't know if Laura mentioned the activity you did in the beginning where you looked at the artifacts from Project GLAD and you did, I wonder, I predict, that was done very similar to how you would do your observation charts. The next strategy we're going to talk about is the inquiry chart. And the inquiry chart we already kind of talked about a little bit. We worked through, you saw the process for. So if you think about what we did with the inquiry chart, the inquiry chart is, its rationale is basically to access prior knowledge. To allow students, it's kind of like a KWL chart, but it does much more than a KWL chart. So we're going to allow students to share what they know already about a topic. And then we are going to have them ask questions about the topic. And then after they've done that, we are going to go back and process the chart for both language and for content. So if we look at this first slide here, this is just showing you how you structure your inquiry chart. So it's basically a table with 2 columns. The top says, what do you think you know about blank? You don't write the topic in there until you're ready to do the chart with the students. And then you have another column, which is what do you want to know about blank? And again, you don't write the topic in there till you present it to the students. And basically, students are going to share their knowledge and their questions. And throughout the course of the unit, you are going to allow them opportunities as they learn to prove or disprove what they have on the chart. So I might make a prediction that's incorrect. And as we're learning, we're going to go back and revisit that inquiry chart. And we're going to say, is this prediction correct? And at that point, we'll have learned more information and we'll either know, yes, it was correct, or no, it was not correct. So you will continue to revisit. You also will notice that when we get to our examples, and you probably noticed this before, that it's color coded. And the colors all represent something, and that plays an important part. So let's take a look at our chart here. This is a process inquiry chart, so we can see all the working pieces. Okay, you're going to notice that the use of color on the chart. The color coding is a scaffold, and it helps students chunk information. So the teacher is going to use a different color for each column. So you'll notice like when we did our inquiry chart, we had one column was red, one column was blue. On this one you see here, you'll see that the first column is written in blue, the second column is written in red. Okay, that is skillfully done to chunk information for the students. Each day that information is added to the chart, you change the color. So that's our color coding. You're also going to see that that the predictions have been confirmed or they have been refuted.
Chrissy, I'm sorry, but they're not able to really see the chart. Can you put it back in presenter mode?
I am so sorry.
That's okay.
We are having so much trouble. Okay.
That looks great now.
Now, I apologize. So, you're going to notice that the information on the charts have been confirmed or refuted. Different teachers use different symbols to show that. So, on the second day, they've revisited and they've looked at, okay, the first statement here. I know that in China, they have a floating lantern ceremony. They've put a check mark beside that to show that in their learning, they've learned that. That's true. That prediction is correct. And you can see that under it, they have written or cited where the information came from. So one of the charts that are hanging in the classroom that Laura's going to talk to you about tomorrow was the source of the information that they could prove, that they used to prove this prediction was correct. So students are actually confirming information and then citing information. And that citation might look different based on the grade. So the higher the grade, the more formal the citation might look. So that's what you notice there. You may notice that you see some of these charts, you'll see a T or an F for. And that's where the students have gone back and revisited to see if the content was correct and put true or false there. You'll notice that on the chart, there are names. On some of the charts, there are names. We added names to our chart this morning. The names are added to create ownership because project-led charts are not anchor charts. I noticed in one of our comments that we had on our inquiry chart, someone said, and anchor charts. These are not anchor charts. Anchor charts are charts that are hung in the classroom to reference. These charts are used throughout the unit. They're added to, they're changed, they're corrected, they're confirmed. So these are living charts. So that's how they're different from an anchor chart. So you can see here, someone mentioned the marking through of information. The chart is revisited and it is evaluated or assessed by the students for both content and English language. So you can see in the first one here, they have made some corrections to the language use. In the first statement, it says, I know about celebrations. Well, the teacher has pointed out that we need to be more specific in our writing. So instead, we should say, I know in Chinese New Year, in China, I think that they float. There are floating red lanterns. Okay, so we have corrected not only the statement and made it more specific, which is the language piece. We have also corrected we also will go in and correct the content piece. So if someone made a prediction that was incorrect, when we went back to the chart and saw it was incorrect, we would write it correctly on the chart. So students are moving and evaluating and constantly assessing the language they use, as well as the content that they are learning and sharing on the chart. So let's review very quickly before we go to this. What was the process that I used, if you guys can remember this morning, when we did our inquiry chart here, which I'm going to pull up. What was the process we used? Can you remember? What did we do first? You guys can unmute or you can type it in the chat box, whichever works best for you guys. What was the process we used when we went through this? What did I do first?
You made us go and look at all of the different slides?
Yes, so you looked at all the pictures, right? So we had some observations we could make from pictures. Thank you, yes. And that is where you would use your observation chart. So these two strategies work together. The pictures would be your observation charts that they're looking at. And then we would come back and we would use the inquiry chart in tandem with that strategy. So after we saw the pictures, what did we do when we got ready to share? What was the next step? Who can remember the next step? So we read our standard. We always want to have our standards beside each of the strategies we do with GLAD, so the students know exactly what they are, what their target is, what their objective is. So we read the objective. Then I had you poorly read the statement with me in the first column. We talked about what a hypothesis was. And then you had the opportunity to talk with one another about your possible predictions and your questions in a breakout room. When you're doing this live in front of a classroom, you would have them turn and put their heads together. So we're going to read this together. We're going to talk about what a hypothesis is. Now put your heads together and talk about some of the predictions and hypotheses that you might have about GLAD or about the layers of the atmosphere, whatever your topic is. Then you would say, okay, guys, tell me. And the students would share their predictions just like you did with me. And I don't know if you noticed, but when I wrote the predictions, I wrote them exactly as you said them. I did not correct them. I wrote them exactly as you said them. And why that is important in this column is that this is the column we're going to model going back and revising writing for. So this is the column we're going to go back and look at and say, could we make any of these better? So you're going to write it exactly as the student shares it. If you have a multilingual learner who shares a phrase and all they can share is, 3 words, that's fine. That's how you write it. Because we're going to go back and revisit that, and we're going to turn that phrase into a sentence, and they're going to see us do that together. So you write it exactly as it's shared. And then the next step is you go to the other column. We read together what I would like to know about GLAD. And then you would have the students put their heads together again, talk about what questions they had, and then you would have them tell you, share out. This time, however, you are not going to write them exactly the way they share them. This time, you are going to model writing a good question. So you are going to take what they've shared with you, and you're going to kind of do a think aloud and talk about and put that question in the best format you can put it and kind of explain what you've done as you do it. So in this column, they're watching you model making good questions. So that's how the two columns are different. Once you have gone through that process, then you just go back on a daily basis. You might go back at the end of the class. You might go back 2 days later. You just want to go back and revisit the chart after some learning has occurred. And you are going to allow the students an opportunity to check their predictions, confirm them, refute them, tell where they got the information from that proves or disproves. You're going to allow them to add new predictions or to add new questions. Maybe they've learned the answer to some of the questions. You're going to write those on the chart as well. So let's take a moment and just do that really quickly. So let's look at our chart here. And I'm going to move this out of the way because I realize. Okay, so let's look at our questions. Look at hypotheses. Can we confirm any of our hypotheses? Look at our hypotheses. Can we confirm any of our predictions? You can type in the chat box or just share out. So I see the first one here is I've seen so far, I think GLAD involves various learning strategies students can use across different content areas. So have we learned anything that would disprove or that would prove or disprove this?
I think we learned that to prove it because we've been working in different content areas, basically doing the same thing.
Yes, absolutely. So we have seen that GLAD can be used in different content areas. And what document were we working on that proved that to us?
The process, I already forgot what it was called, process grid.
Awesome, that's exactly right. So I'm going to put a smiley face here to show that we confirmed it. It is used across different content areas. And I am going to, and I'm also going to write where we learned that from. And we learned that from the process grid because our grids were a variety of different areas. How about Terry's prediction? I predict that activating prior knowledge is key. Have we learned anything about that yet? And maybe we're still working on that. How about our questions? Let's look at our questions. Any questions that we can respond to?
Chrissy, I'd like to say that in the chat, we were talking about we can answer where the pictures come from the teacher. And I said, yes, the pictures do come from the research done by the teacher, but they can also come from the textbooks, the library books, the magazines, the text that they read on their own. And in a GLAD classroom, you'll always find the research center, which is a book display where the kids are actively reading about the topic. So that's where a lot of our pictures do come from.
Okay, so Laura's saying that we found they come from text and research. And this information came from the chat box and our presenter, Laura Bridges.
Van Camp.
Oh, sorry. She got married on me. So Laura Van Camp. So you can see that we answered our question and we put where we got the information from. How about why were the words crossed out in the charts we saw? I think we just covered that one. Who can remember? Why were the words crossed out in some of the charts we saw?
They were crossed out because we were revising, not necessarily that they were wrong, but it was revision.
Good. Revising the language and the content, right? Awesome. Thank you so much. So we've got that answered. Okay. And that information came from, where do we get that information from? Maybe the presentation or the facilitator. Okay, so you can see the process that we're going through here, and this is what we would continue to do. Anybody have any new questions they might want to add to our chart? or any new predictions that they'd like to add? So that's the process that would continue. And each day, or I would usually do it every day or every other day, depending on what we covered in class for learning. We would go back and continually to revisit. And it's really powerful for the children to watch their learning, to see what they're learning. I know at high school, you always ask kids, what you learning? And their first response usually is nothing. And then when we go back to this, they're like, oh, but I did learn something. Look at all that I learned. And so this is a great way for us to incorporate the language and the content, and to also give some direct, explicit language development information when we go back and we revise for language, or when we model how to create questions. Those are all building that language development. And so that is the process for that particular strategy. Are there any questions about that? So if not, what I'm going to do is have you add in the chat box for me right now. I'm going to ask you to go to your chat box and answer this question for me. How is this strategy, the inquiry chart, different from a KWL chart? So we said it's similar to a KWL chart, but we know now that there are more pieces to it. How is it different than a KWL chart? And why do you think it might be more powerful than a KWL chart? So take a minute and let's go and add to our chat box. And I apologize, I'm looking to the side. I have my screen with the chat box there, so kind of bear with me a little bit. Okay, so I'm seeing some great answers. Students and teachers work together to revise the predictions and to add to the chart. It's a live document. Beautiful. You correct as you go. It's powerful because it shows kids what they've learned over time. It's a lot of addition and correction, and it's revisited much more often than the KWL chart. So absolutely. So you guys did an awesome job answering that question. So if there are no questions in the chat box about this strategy, we will move forward.
We're in good shape.
Okay, thank you, Laura. Our final strategy that we're going to share today is a teacher-made big book. And this is just what it sounds like. It is a book made by the teacher. And the purpose or the rationale for this book is to provide access to important grade level content. So we're going to give important grade level content. We're also going to build some background with this big book. The big book, if we look at it, some of the features, so when we create them, you'll notice that if we're creating the non-digital format, and I'm going to show you digital in a minute, if we're creating the non-digital format, you'll notice that the pages are not bound together. You'll also notice that we have a table of contents here on this first example. We incorporate into the big book text features because we want students to know how to use a text. We want them to be able to use those text features to support their comprehension. We want them to be able to use them effectively. So text features are incorporated. Every big book will have a glossary and a table of contents, as well as text features that are appropriate for your grade level. So text features look different for a third grade text than for a high school text. So your text features would be grade appropriate. The big book is grade level. It is written at grade level. So it is a complex text. If you have a secondary unit you're doing, the big book is written at that grade level, 10th grade level. If you're doing an elementary, it is done at the elementary level, whatever grade level that is. So you can see here on our picture, again, title page. Important thing about plant survival, this is Accompanist Laura's unit that she showed you the observation charts for. It's going to have the author's name. We're going to have a table of contents. In just a minute, you're going to see glossary and all of those other elements. You can see the pages are not bound together. There is a repetitive frame that is used. And this frame is pulled, and I'm going to show you that in just a moment. This frame is pulled directly from the standard, usually. And the big book is going to incorporate, like I said, grade level text and high level academic vocabulary. So when you create this book, you're going to think about what are those big academic terms for this content that your students need to know. You're going to think about how to support that academic content with visuals, which you see even on these two examples here, live, real pictures that students can use to kind of comprehend the text. That's going to be a scaffold. The frame that you're going to use for the big book, the repetitive frame, is going to be the important thing about plants is that they depend on, that they have parts that they need for survival. And this is going to come, most of the time it comes straight from your standard. Okay. This sentence is going to be at the very top of every page in your big book. At the bottom of the page, we're going to have that sentence or that refrain again. But the important thing about plants is that they have special parts that allow them to survive. So the beginning and the end of each page is going to have this repetitive phrase. That repetitive phrase is a scaffold and support for multilingual learners because they are having the repetition of that concept repeated to them over and over. You're going to see us demonstrate this big book in just a minute. The demonstration is going to show you that they're actually going to be reading that sentence with you and repeating it multiple times. So they're building fluency in saying that phrase. They are having repetition for recall. So that's an important part of the big book.
And Chrissy, can I just add that in some conversations I had in the breakout rooms, people were saying, well, there may not be things I can put into the process grid that are in the standard. This is an excellent opportunity to add those things in. And back at the table of contents of this particular book, I dedicated pages to things that were on the clarifying objectives of the standards, which were about the leaves, the roots, the stems, drilling down into that more technical vocabulary and things like that. And this is a perfect place to introduce some of that. And there will be other strategies that you can do the same thing, but this is one of the first ones you can do it with.
And I will say, when I create my big books, I always try to think about strategically. The big books are 5 to 7 pages long. And I always try to think about what background my students need. So what is the big picture, the overarching picture? And I always try to think about that when I make my table of contents. Not my table of contents, when I make my big book, because this is helping to build some background they may not have. So thank you for sharing that, Laura. So we are going to do a demonstration for a big book, and I am going to show you how to do the big book digitally. We know with the digital big book, of course, you could use a PowerPoint presentation. I have used something called Book Creator that I think is really nice. It's not necessary for, because if you do it digitally, The fact that it's unbound and all of that won't make a difference. She will just share the entire book and they will be able to access one page of it. And we'll talk a little bit more about why you want them to be able to, if you're not doing the digital version, why you want them to be separate and not bound, the pages, a little bit after this demonstration. So I am going to go ahead and I apologize. Our content standard you see here is going to be, we will understand how plants survive in the environments. Our language expectation here is going to be an interpretive, which means we're going to be listening or reading. And our objective is that we'll interpret scientific explanations by identifying information from observations, as well as evidence that supports particular points in our explanations. So we're going to be listening to some explanations and being able to identify information as we listen to this book. Okay, so I'm going to click here. Oops. There we go. This is the book creator format. You can see there's an option for it to read to them as well. So I'm going to ask for participants to help me with this. The first time that you present your big book, usually it is done as a teacher read aloud. So the teacher is reading information to the students are listening, and then at different points within the reading of the text, the teacher may ask the students to stop and put their heads together and respond to a 10-2 or a question about what they've heard. The first time is usually done the read aloud is done completely by the teacher. And that is so that the students can hear a good fluent model of the reading before we ask them to try to read and navigate the big book themselves. For this particular demonstration, I'm going to ask if I could have 5 people volunteer. The 5 people are just going to read the repeating refrain statements with me. About mid-book reading, I'm going to ask you to join me in reading along the beginning sentence and the end sentence on each page. So could I have some people who might be willing to unmute and read along with me? The rest of us can just read along, at home. There's some people who would be willing to volunteer. Okay, I see that Miss Rachel has her hand raised. And Miss Edwards, Miss Stephanie Edwards has hers. Thank you so much. You guys are willing to help me out. Anybody else who's brave and willing to unmute? Well, I want to thank my 2 participants, Miss Rachel and our I think it was Miss Stephanie. I'm going to ask you, when you hear me say, can you join in and read with me, if you'll just unmute and read along with me, okay? Pay special attention to how I use the pictures within the text to build comprehension as you hear me read aloud. So today we're going to read the important thing about plant survival. And the author of this book is Laura Bridges. And you can see here already on the cover of the book that we have some pictures that might help us kind of tell what the book might be about. See a picture of what looks like some plant roots and a stem, and I see a flower and some leaves. So our book is probably going to talk about plants. Also going to notice on our first page here, we have a table of contents. The table of contents is really important, guys, because it tells us where we can find specific pieces of information. So if I want to read about stems, I would go to page 4. If I wanted to read about flowers, I would go to page 6. If I wanted to look up in my glossaries what some words meant, I would go to page 8. Let's look at the glossary really quick. So here's our glossary, and you can see that the glossary gives us some words and tells us what it means in case we don't know what those word means. So a glossary is a really important place in a book for us to know where to go. So let's go ahead. I'm going to ask you to listen to me read, starting on page 3, about plants and their special parts. And I'm going to ask you eventually to just join in with me in reading a portion of the book. So the important thing about plant survival is that plants have special parts that do important jobs. Roots grow under the ground. You can see some roots right here. This is a tap root and a fibrous root. They absorb nutrients. So they absorb nutrients like phosphorus, nitrogen, and potassium from the soil. So these roots are going to absorb all these elements from the ground and take it up to the plant. But the important thing about plant survival is that plants have special parts that do important jobs. The important thing about plant survival is that plants have special parts that do important jobs. Stems provide support for the plant so the leaves can reach sunlight. Here's my stem, and they're stretching up to the sky. Stems also carry water and nutrients up to the leaves. So the nutrients go up the stem and into the leaves. But the most important thing about plant survival is that plants have special parts that do important jobs. Now, I'm going to ask you guys to read along with me. So I'm going to ask you to read the first sentence and the last sentence along with me. So here we go. The important thing about plant survival is that plants have special parts that do important jobs. Leaves contain chlorophyll, which makes the leaves green. Chlorophyll makes food for the plant by using carbon dioxide, water, nutrients, and energy from the sunlight. So I see my leaves here, and they have all of these important elements in them. And now read along with me. But the important thing about plant survival is that plants have special parts that do important jobs. Together again, the important thing about plant survival is that plants have special parts that do important jobs. So flowers attract pollinators, such as bees, and they produce seeds. See all these seeds that come from my sunflower? Let's read along together. But the important thing about plant survival is that plants have special parts that do important jobs. You read with me. The important thing about plant survival is that plants have special parts that do important jobs. An interesting fact about sunflowers is that they track the sun. This is called heliotropism. The flowers will face the east in the morning, and then they will follow the sun as the earth moves during the day. Sunflowers are native to North America. So I see my sunflower here, and it is facing the sun. Also, sunflowers need 6 to 8 hours of sun a day. Read with me. But the important thing about plant survival is that plants have special parts that do important jobs. Awesome. You guys did a great job. And that is the end. Okay. So that's an example of how you might do the first read. As I said, you want to sprinkle throughout the reading some 10-2s or some questions that the students have to respond to. Our 10-2 is, how does one special part of a plant help it survive? So at this point, if we were doing this live in a classroom, we would ask the students turn, put your heads together. We would give them a chance to talk before they respond. And that is going to help them, that's going to help us be sure that they're formulating a response. Also going to allow them the support of a peer. And it's going to help lower the affective filter. It's going to make them less nervous about having to share out. Okay. So I'm going to ask you guys to do a 10-2 with me. Think for a minute. How does one special part of a plant help it survive? And I'm going to ask you to type those in the chat box for me. So take a minute, think about this question, and let's do a 10-2. So type in the chat box when you're ready. How does one special part of a plant help it survive? Okay, I see. The roots draw water up to nourish the plant. Excellent. I see the stem carries the water to the flower. Excellent. Any other responses we want to share? The leaf performs photosynthesis. Awesome, Miss Terry, to create food for the plant. You guys did a great job with your 10-2. So this is how you would use the big book for that first read. After that, the big book can be divided up for lots of different purposes and readings. So if you're face-to-face and you have the non-digital version of the big book, you can actually put your students into groups or partners and give each group of students or partners a page of the big book. And then you can ask them to do specific activities with their page. For example, the one that you see here, the important book about expansion in the West, was for a 10th grade American History unit. I gave the pages out and I asked the students to find the causes and effects on their page. So they worked in their group. Each group had a different page and they created little graphic organizers of cause and effect. That's a content way to use the big book. For a language way, you could have your students identify all the verbs on the pages that they have, or different parts of speech. You could have your students find a complex sentence or a compound sentence, if that's what you're teaching in your ESL class. So the big book pages can be used over and over again for different purposes, if that makes sense. So that's why we ask they be unbound. If you had the digital version here, you would just share the digital version and assign a page to each group. Sorry. Oops. Are there any questions about those three strategies that we presented? The observation charts, the inquiry chart, and or the teacher big book. This would be a great time to ask those questions if you have any before we go back to some work time. I'm not seeing any questions, I don't think. Okay. So Laura, we're at 3 o'clock right now for work time. What did we want to do here?
Okay, so what we've got left, look at parking lot, do our exit ticket. So we'll probably need 10 minutes or so for that. So maybe do 20 minutes.
And we're going to give you 20 minutes. And what you're going to do during this time is you are going to create one of these for your big book. I'm sorry, not for your big book. You're going to create observation charts. I have given you the template for a digital inquiry chart. So if you look on your participant handout link here, you will see that at the very bottom, there says inquiry chart, make a copy. This is an inquiry chart you can use digitally. It's already made for you. to work out with the students. If you were doing this face-to-face, you'd want to use chart paper to create that. So I've given you this example, but during this time, you can use this time to make your, your observation charts, find pictures for your observation charts, or you can use this to make your teacher big book. If you want to make the teacher big book, the link for the book creator is on that handout document I gave you. And so you can access it, or you can use PowerPoint if you prefer to use PowerPoint as opposed to the big book creator. So we're going to give you 20 minutes right now. Again, you can go into the breakout rooms if you'd like to work as a group, or you can stay in the main room, ask us questions. We'll try to pop in and out. We'll take about 20 minutes. When we come back tomorrow, we'll give you more time to work on this because we realized our work time got cut a little short here. So, Laura, if you want to go ahead and put our breakout sessions out for us, or actually, I think I have to do that. So
It's on there. I did it.
Okay, great. Okay.
And if you'll refresh that page, I put the 320 on there as well.
Okay, guys, I think we are about at the time where we need to return to kind of close up for the day. Hopefully you had a little time to get working on one of your strategies. We are going to go ahead and move forward with our closing. So we're going to go back and revisit the parking lot. Laura has placed the parking lot link into your into the chat box. So I see here we have just a couple of questions. The first one is there OCD GLAD training for individual teachers? So there are, as far as for, I'm not sure, I might need a little clarification on the question. For individual teachers, you mean individual content teachers? RESA does do a training that is it's basic. The training is two sessions. One of the sessions is an actual demonstration.
I'm not sure I understand.
I think we just got everybody back from the breakout session. I'm sorry, I forgot that we had people still in there.
I'm sorry,
we're gonna-
Casey. I just found the unmute button. WebEx has struck again. But yes. I was trying to tell you, but I couldn't.
No worries, no worries.
Everybody is back in now.
Okay, great. So we're back thank you guys for coming back. We forgot for a minute there and I got a little head start. We forgot we had some people still in breakout rooms. We are at the point now where we are ready to conclude for today's session. Tomorrow we will start off with allowing some more work time for your focus and motivation component. We have a couple of questions on the parking lot. The first question says, is there an OCD GLAD training for individual teachers? And I'm afraid I might need a little clarification for that. I'm not sure who put this on the board. When we say for individual teachers, do we mean, is there a training for specific content areas or one-on-one type of training scenario? I'm afraid I'll need a little more information. Okay. Perhaps the person who wrote that has taken a break for just a minute. There are individual OCDE GLAD trainings given multiple places. Our last slide on the presentation will share where you can locate those. So as we said, this is a glimpse of GLAD. There is the actual OCDE GLAD official training can be done through RESA. and it has multiple tiers. The first tier has 2 sessions that you go to. The first session is an introduction to the strategies, similar to what we've done today, except much more shows a much more wider girth of strategies. And then the second piece is there's a demonstration piece to that, where you actually go and see students. You actually go and observe students in a classroom work through a OCD Project GLAD unit, which is, oh my gosh, so powerful. Those trainings are given through RESA. And then also OCDE in California does their own official training center does those. So those are, there are trainings for that. So if you'd like further clarification, if you'll go back and add on the parking lot a little more details, if I didn't answer your question, I'll be glad to go back to it tomorrow. The other question, is there a website or digital place the process grids are or can be shared? Awesome question. Yes, there is. We're actually going to offer you the opportunity to share yours in that place, that digital place. North Carolina has NC Go Open, which is like a big kind of sharing network where teachers can post resources, materials, lessons, and they can post them and share them with teachers across the state. So you can actually go to NC Go Open, and the link, again, I said we're going to share that. If you're not familiar with it, you can go to NC Go Open and find some process grids already done that have been shared. When we do these trainings, we ask you at the very end of the training if you would give permission for us to share some of your pieces on NC Go Open. If you give us permission, then we will place those on NC Go Open for you, because we like to have as many resources out there available for teachers who are using GLAD as we can. So those are our 2 questions on the parking lot. Now we're going to see if you guys have any questions that you've run into as you're working that you want to ask us about, or if you need any clarification about. If you do, if you will just, you can type those in the chat box. You can unmute and share, whatever works. Are we seeing any in the chat box, Laura?
I don't right now. On the parking lot, I was just kind of editing the sticky notes to let people know the answers to the questions, or that we need a little bit more information. So we'll try to do that so that when people revisit the parking lot, they can read that and know the answers if they're not on here right now.
So yes, I see that Terry is also sharing with reiterating what we just shared, which is that NC Go Open does have some grids, and we encourage every time we do a glimpse of GLAD or we have a face-to-face training, we ask participants if they're will give permission for us to share on NC Go Open, and then periodically we take time and put them in the same formatting as the others and upload them to NC Go Open. So it's an awesome resource, and we'll hope that we'll be able to post some of our participants from this sessions onto NC Go Open. So if there are no more questions, we're going to move right along and talk about our day 1 reflection. We just want to do a really quick turn and talk. So we want you to think about, how do GLAD strategies address or extend your current practice? So think about what you do in the classroom now. What strategies do you use? I know we've just started diving into the strategies today. Tomorrow we'll dive into the other 3 components and their strategies. Based on what you have been exposed to today, how do GLAD strategies address or extend what you currently do in your classroom? So take a moment and formulate your response, and then if you'll just type those in the chat box, we would appreciate that. Okay, I'm not any. Okay, and I'm not seeing any in the chat box, so we're going to go ahead and just. I see we only have 2 minutes. I want to get to the wows and wonders. Okay, here's some. I believe the process chart helps classroom discussion and written output to be more interactive with the standards. Thank you. Very much so. The standards are very much a part of both the language development and the content area. Several people saying they like the strategies we talked about today. Good. Okay, so the visuals are a huge help for my students, absolutely, and you're going to see so many more examples of that tomorrow. So I see someone stating, this is rigorous compared to some other models. You have to put some time up front in to develop it. Yes, it is, and that's why we're really excited about Go Open and our ability to share the materials we create, because it is kind of a rigorous process for the teacher in the beginning. But also understanding that depending on what your parameters are in your classroom, these strategies could take a considerable amount of time to get through a unit. Someone saying you have used these strategies awesome in their classrooms, observation charts, process grids. The students love them. She says she's kind of viewed this in a different perspective in terms of content versus ELD lessons. Students are very engaged. I will tell you, in the efforts of time, I'll be really quick, but I will tell you to watch the, I will tell you that to watch kids do these strategies is one of the most awesome things. Laura and I both got really hooked when we saw the demonstration piece and saw how quickly kids learn the language and the content. So having said that, really quickly, we're going to ask that you that you share your wows and wonders with us today. Laura has put the link in the chat box. Laura, if you could put it in there one more time. We just ask that you spend the last minute or two before you leave us today to add some wows, some things that you learned in the training that you're really excited about using in your classroom, and some wonders, some questions you still have. And Laura and I will look at these this evening, and tomorrow we'll start our session with responses to your wows and wonders. So if you will take a minute and just add to that for us, we really want to make this as powerful a training as we can, and your responses help us do that. So having said that, I think we're at the end of our session. Laura, did you want to say anything before we close out?
Yes, I do want to thank everyone for coming, for being so engaged, and for your cooperation and using the work time like you have. A lot of trainings, we don't get that kind of work time. So we hope that you're taking advantage of that. And we know that you are, because we've been having great conversations with you. And I want to thank you for coming. We will be starting again tomorrow morning at 8:30, and we'll see you there.
Thank you so much. I echo what Laura said. You've been great participants. We'll see you tomorrow.